Hi. Hey. Hello. It's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It is 2:48 p.m. on a Thursday. It's 6/18, 2026. 73 degrees in my house, and yep, like 249, excuse me, 249, 6/18, 73 degrees, and it's a Thursday on June 18, 2026. It's a good day. It's a good time to be alive. I just walked 5 miles and sang for an hour or 40 minutes. And trying to get back. I don't know my watch very well. I want you to close and then open and then yeah. And then there we go. And so no wait. No. No, I want to stop. No, I want to stop motherfucker. Finish. I want to do more. I want to see location detected. Edit on phone, add other workout. How do I show what I did today? There it is. So steps, 13,600 calories. There it is. So there's my watch. Sorry, I had to get to it. This is my new Samsung Galaxy watch. It's for like phone calls and walking. It helps me track my walking and my heart rate and my blood pressure, which is all a problem right now. And so, yep, and I did 13,000 steps and I did 5.54 miles today. I want to walk 5 miles every day if I can stand it. Some days I can't stand to do it. My body hurts too badly or I'm just not in the mood. But any day that I can stand it, I try to get out there. And yeah. And so, yeah. And I like walking. It's good. It's something I always did all my life. You know, walked everywhere I went most of the time. So I'm kind of a ghetto kid like that. I walked everywhere I went, or I took the light rail. Captions are now available on my clips, huh? That's cool. So yeah, and just looking through, we going live, good, and yep, and good, and I'm published and good. We can go. Let's go to the YouTube. I'm gonna drop it off the big face now. There we go. Been about 3 minutes. Don't play computer. No, don't play computer. Hi, kitty. Purr. My cat, she's like out there. I asked her if she wants to come inside. She said no. She got 265,000 views with this. Oh my god. I'm putting Sissy on my camera. Finger. It was good.
The Donald Trump surrender to Iran is worse than what's being reported.
Oh no. Sure. And then by Drew Goodman. The music industry is broken by Drew Goodman. Moment when Gwen realized she was the Tim Heidecker's InfoWars take over Alex Jones. Ooh, is it Tim Heidegger? I want to hear him talk. Yeah, I don't mind that. Eddie Van Halen. Man scares woman to death. Most expensive joke in rock history. Puppet Master Killer setup, the most elaborate. Watch former First Lady Michelle Obama's first presidential dedication. Can't believe I'm going to do two of these. I am Chris Farley. Dark Knight Rises Massacre. Neuroscience says killing people will cure his depression. Yes, the Dark Knight Rises Massacre. Yep, the Century 16. Yeah, maybe I should watch that one. Because that one's close to home. Rumble in the Bronx. The Rumble in the Bronx is good. Exposing YouTube's biggest predator. Nail that one, yeah. And then Ukraine launches largest attack on Moscow yet. Yeah, Ukraine attacked Moscow, huh? There's so much good stuff up. I couldn't possibly watch it all. We're just gonna watch what I can get to. This was a long list already, so okay, so let's go on about the business of playing video games. I will take a level 4 and get situated out there before I do anything else and just be like perfectly happy situated with the drones killing stuff. That's annoying. Your rookie help thing should be down and unlocked. Should be like right there. And then that should be there. You keep popping resolutions on me and it's so annoying. So, yeah, good. Looks good. We're looking good here. I'm just gonna double check and make sure that that I've dumped loot. I've dumped loot. It is 33 mil. Nice. And yes. Now, I will. Well, so I think I will stack up and yeah, actually, yeah. So what happened there? Did I put it all in the wreath? I guess I did. Oh no, I put it all back in the healer for some reason. Oh no, this is my alt. What's this? Nope. Yes, it does. Now wait, where did my oh no, she doesn't have one, right? Okay, and then her thing's all fucked up too. I gotta fix it. Make it smaller. Make it bigger. Let's go throw it all in the wreath. The wreath's got 28 million. Okay, so I believe we're ready. Now I'll go through the business of ascertaining what mission they want me to do. Unauthorized military presence, Blood Raider. So, okay. I'm gonna fleet up. Okay, fleet it up, and I will go out to EC Chemi. Yep. And that is. Okay. You know, I should be doing the daily on my main for 76. I didn't even think about it, but why not do it on both games? Yeah, we'll go do the dailies on 76. I've got two 76 accounts now. One online and one sort of offline on Xbox. I mean, it's online, but it's like, you know, on high risk and really isn't very involved. Final Fantasy franchise sale. Yeah, I want to buy Final Fantasy 16, but I mean, I'll just wait for the summer sale, but it's for sale on that too. Just give it its chance. Oh, there's a free Brotherhood Protector Power Armor. Wow. We finished the infestations that fast. Oh, cool. It's a free power armor. Yeah, cool. Protector Power Armor. Nice. I don't think they wanted to give this to us. Wow. We did it in like 3 days. They needed to raise the number. Well, that's cool. And I get to do that on both accounts. I do. 1.5 million infestations cleared. You did it. Claim your free Brotherhood Protector Power Armor in the Atomic Shop until June 23rd. Damn. Well, that was cool. They had a big old PvE drive on 76. I love 76. I mean, I love 76. I think it's so good. If I join high risk, is it the same server? Can I go dump stuff on one high risk character to another? Can I just go live on my own base in high risk? Is that possible? Yeah, I probably could just jump to my base. Let's see if I could do that. I'm kind of curious. Okay, so my high-risk character, I'd have to switch to her. Oh, no, I'm sorry. This is my high-risk character. So she gets in. She'll be at her base. I want to get on this character, though. I have a high-risk. Skycat HR. What level is she? She's, oh, yeah, she's, 20. No, she's 20, I guess. I don't know. Let's go player. And high risk. Let's go into high risk together. Can I collude somehow? Can I use 2 accounts to, like, get an advantage somehow? I just don't know what it would be. Trading, I guess. I could dump loot to her and have her store things. That's one thing I could do. Oh, yes. Autopilot and hardeners. Oh, the G-Force now got him faster. I am a level 38. I'm 38 on the main server? Damn, yeah, I am 38 on the main server, damn. Or is this... yeah, this is... Yeah. So I'm at my base. Yeah, and it's like forming right now. Let's see if she can meet me. That'd be crazy. What? You are not opening the store. Open it. Okay, so... Yeah, one of the nice things about where I chose to live is it's a fast teleport, so I can always get back to it. It's just the Rusty Pick, right? Yeah. And then the Charleston Fire Department, so fast travel to the exterior of the Rusty Pick. What was this? Somebody attacking my base. Who's that? Yep, dogs. Yeah, so... Over there is the Charleston Fire Department. Yup. Look, we're on the same server, which is cool. Wow. So I guess I can come and kind of like give her stuff. There's a red dot right here. Oh yeah, it's a red dot because we show up on each other's maps. That's dope as fuck. We can like see each other. Can you join team? Oh, here, open the door. Trippy. I mean, it's not trippy. It reminds me of Mortal. Mortal's kind of like this. So, can I do something with her? I guess not. It's always enemies, huh? No teams? No teaming? Is teaming allowed? Huh. Well... That's trippy. I could trap her in the base. I could always teleport out, I suppose. She could always stay here. It's kind of interesting. I just like so I can listen listen to the bass. It's trippy. If they ever get different modes, it could be very interesting. So cool. Well, good to know. I didn't know. Can she give me anything? What does she have that's good? And nothing that's too important, I don't think. Oh, I don't think so. So, good to know. I will teleport back to... You know... My tent. I think she's living in a bunker. Yeah, she's living in a bunker. Fast traveling, but I'm in combat, so it takes a second. No, I should just do it for PvP credit. I could do it. I could finish my PvP achieves. I should do, but I could have her just spawn and spawn and spawn and die and die and die. It's cheating, kind of. Here's my tent. This character... this character was a lot more paranoid. She was a lot more of a paranoid character. I mean, they're both kind of paranoid characters ready to deal with the public. But... where's my tent? Oh yeah, I think I was like traveling back this direction, yeah. There it is. Okay, well. Cool. I'm going to log this character now. Wait, did I not take the mission? Oh, come on, I didn't take the mission. I thought I did. Fuck. I didn't take the mission for some reason. Jump, damn it.
What Zoran Mamdani just did in New York today has sent waves across the nation. We break down the unexpected UFO problem that's been bubbling under the surface, and Jar the Builder just got some bad news. We're talking about all that and even more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, so buckle up, hit that like button, and let's just jump into it, starting with this. Trump surrendered to Iran. You even have a meaningful chunk of MAGA saying this. And so Donald Trump, he's either lying to himself or lying to you when he says that the US won this war against Iran. Especially because we now know the details of that 14-point plan that was supposed to end the fighting and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. And so you have the US getting even less than expected, Iran looking like they're gonna get way more than expected, and many of the most important issues, they're getting kicked down the road. Or with this MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding, which has been signed electronically by both sides, opening a 60-day negotiating window that can be extended if both sides agree. Though also in the meantime, efforts to reopen the strait are meant to begin immediately. The MOU saying that the US will fully end the naval blockade within 30 days. And as far as Iran, they will, quote, make arrangements using its best efforts for the safe passage of commercial vessels with no charge for 60 days only. And on top of that, it will conduct dialogue with Oman to define the future administration and maritime services in the Strait of Hormuz. And then finally with this part, there's language about whatever is decided being in line with applicable international law, but also the sovereign rights of coastal states of the Strait of Hormuz. And so ultimately, it just looks like Trump and co, they abandoned the demand that anything but a return to the pre-war status quo in the Strait being acceptable. Right? And that is definitely how Iran's interpreting the text. You've got Iran's top negotiator saying in an interview that the Strait of Hormuz will not return to pre-war conditions, and then adding, Iran has the right to sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz, and of course, we will receive a fee for services. And that same guy even argued that the agreement is a record of US failure, saying, people will see it and judge. And yeah, he appears to have a point, with among other things, people pointing to, for example, Trump repeatedly saying that the US will not give any money to Iran. Trump's even frequently slammed Barack Obama for the fact that his administration paid Iran $1.7 billion in 2016, though that also is technically Iran's own money paid back with interest in order to settle a decades-old dispute over military equipment that had never been delivered, right, due to the 1979 revolution. But In any case, Trump is now making that $1.7 billion look like nothing. It's looking like some pocket change that you found in a couch cushion. Because this MOU that Donald Trump just signed says that Iran will be provided with at least $300 billion to repair the damage that's been done to the country over the course of this war. Right, just a mind-melting number. But you had the administration trying to kind of soften the blow, because you had at least one senior administration official telling the BBC that the MOU doesn't actually commit the US to paying Iran a single cent, arguing that it only specifically says that the US, quote, undertakes with regional partners to develop a definitive, mutually agreed plan with at least $300 billion for Iran's reconstruction and economic development. And then as far as Trump, besides angrily rejecting the idea that the US would be contributing, he suggested that the payouts would come from the Gulf states. Right now, it is not clear that these countries, who have taken really the brunt of Iran's retaliatory strikes and seemingly haven't had any say in the negotiations, are going to be lining up to help Iran rebuild, especially with a price tag of at least $300 billion. And the MOU ultimately doesn't address any of these concerns, just marking the question of this $300 billion as a matter to be resolved over the course of the 60-day negotiating period. But then also a huge thing is that even if that never happens, this agreement, it's still setting Iran up to bring in a lot of money very quickly. And it's partly because it includes an extraordinary commitment from Donald Trump to terminate all types of sanctions against Iran. And while it says that this will only be done according to an agreed upon schedule as part of the final deal, it also says that the US Treasury Department will immediately issue sanctions waivers for, quote, the export of Iranian crude oil, petroleum products, and derivatives, and all associated services, including banking transactions, insurances, transportation, etc. And since those products amount for the vast majority of the country's export revenues, this is a huge win for Iran. And it doesn't end there. The deal also says that the US undertakes to make fully available for use the frozen or restricted funds and assets of the Islamic Republic of Iran. And again, the number is massive. The estimated total value of frozen Iranian assets, it might exceed $100 billion. So getting access to that would be just a huge boon for Iran's economy. Though, of course, again, you had Trump trying to push back, saying, hey, this doesn't technically count as the US paying Iran, saying we have taken a lot of their money. Arguing it's not our money, it's their money, and we froze it at a certain point in time. I guess we're going to have to give it back. Two sentences, mind you, that would be playing on a loop for 24 hours a day for several months in a row on Fox News if Obama or Biden said it. But also don't worry, Donald Trump insisted that the funds, they're only going to be released in return for good behavior. And if you're wondering, yes, Donald Trump, he's still trying to play this off as a win, despite it being essentially the same sort of concession that Obama made 11 years ago. And again, he called that Obama deal one of the worst deals in the country's history. But also, we can't fully make a comparison yet because Donald Trump still doesn't have a nuclear deal. He just has now 2 months to get one. And also, if you were wondering, that worst deal ever, even though it was way better, it took the Obama administration 20. And as far as what is in the MOU, to start, I'll say you have Iran reaffirming that it shall not procure or develop nuclear weapons. So honestly, that's barely notable. Right, Iran, they actually ratified the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, unlike Israel, and they similarly reaffirmed that commitment under the Obama deal. Even US intelligence before the war said they weren't doing this. Though also now, whatever they're saying in public, you have a lot of experts saying, hey, Iran may actually be more incentivized than ever to get nuclear weapons. Famously, that seems like the only way you can get America or really any other country not to fuck with you. But really, the only substantive issue even remotely addressed in this MOU is Iran's stockpile of highly enriched uranium, now believed to be buried under bomb nuclear sites. But all the country's actually committed to is downblending the material on a site under the supervision of the IAEA. And it's an open question as far as exactly how and when that'll be done and whether the stuff will stay in the country. Though still with that, you had a senior US official trying to play this off as a win, calling it a significant concession by Iran. But again, if we're going to be making comparisons, because Donald Trump, he just loves bringing up Obama, under that Obama deal, Iran, they roughly shipped 25,000 pounds of enriched uranium, or 97% of its stockpile, completely out of the country. And the current roughly 1,000 pound stockpile, which is enriched to a much higher level, nearly weapons grade, only accumulated after Trump pulled the US out of the deal. And also, when it comes to uranium, what is downblended can also be upblended, so to speak. And so if they still have that material, they can still get it back to near weapons grade. And so then, the other big question is whether Iran will agree to limits on future enrichment. Earlier reporting suggested that Iran, they agreed in principle to a suspension, with the only question kind of left unanswered being the length of time. And while Trump, he initially wanted a permanent ban, he then went down to 20 years, and he recently even suggested he'd be open to 15. But again, this deal that's just been signed, it only says that the two parties have agreed to discuss the issue of enrichment and other mutually agreed matters related to the Islamic Republic of Iran's nuclear needs based on a satisfactory framework being agreed upon in the final deal. You actually had Trump yesterday doing a complete 180 by seemingly acknowledging what Iran has described as the right to enrichment. I think it's a little hard when other people have it, other adjoining states have it, and you're not letting them have it for purposes of electricity electricity and things like that. You have to use a little common sense. The MOU also hands Iran other wins, including a commitment from both sides to try to, quote, refrain from interfering in each other's internal affairs, which could be seen and is being seen by many as Trump agreeing not to push for regime change, which is something that he said it was an aim of the war early on. You then also have the US saying that it undertakes to remove its forces from the proximity of Iran within 30 days after the final deal, which is yet another thing that seemed like an impossible ask just a few months ago, though, again, there are no details about what this would actually look like. But then also what's not in the MOU stands out greatly, including any mention of Iran's ballistic missile program, even though a key objective of the war had at one point been the total destruction of that program. And in fact, the idea that Iran's ballistic missile program served as a conventional shield that would one day enable the regime to develop a nuclear weapon, that served as a Trump and co argument for why Iran had posed an imminent threat that required us to attack immediately. But then yesterday, similar to his comments on enrichment, you had Trump suggesting, guys, it's not that big of a deal.
Well, what am I going to do? Am I going to let Saudi Arabia have missiles, but they can't have them? Yes, sir. Doesn't work that way, you know? It doesn't work that way. And missiles aren't the problem. Missiles are, they hurt a little location, but they don't blow up the planet.
The MOU also makes no specific mention of Hezbollah or Iran's other proxy groups in the region, which again stands out because another early aim of the war had been stopping Iran from funding those groups. With that said, it does say that the US said Iran and their allies in the current war declare the immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts, including in Lebanon, with there also being language there about ensuring the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Lebanon. And that does notably come as Trump's been increasingly critical of Israel's attacks on its northern neighbor.
I'm not saying they shouldn't protect themselves. I'm saying when 2 drones are shot into the desert and drop harmlessly, you don't have to knock down buildings in Beirut.
So you actually had the leader of Hezbollah hailing the agreement and Trump's remarks as a great victory. When asked, you had at least one administration official reportedly not confirming whether that meant Israel would be forced to withdraw from the portion of the country that it's occupied as a buffer zone against Hezbollah. And you're also seeing a lot of Israelis absolutely pissed about this deal, or with Netanyahu looking like he's under a lot of pressure to reject it and deliver on his promise to deliver a, quote, total victory. And you're seeing conservative voices in the US like Ben Shapiro sort of echoing the same kind of finish the job perspective, telling Fox News that Trump's decision to attack Iran was one of the greatest acts of political bravery of his lifetime, but then adding,
this MOU appears to be, just from the text, a disaster that does not achieve any of the actual signal goals that were set by the administration at the beginning.
The huge thing here is that Shapiro shifted some of, if not all of the blame off of Trump and onto J.D. Vance.
In my opinion, the Vice President of the United States, the chief negotiator on this particular project, has not well served the president.
Which, if I can for just a second, this part, guys, this is just opinion. Ben Shapiro, you're a pussy. I didn't know if I should include this in the video because you kind of just don't fucking matter. Like sometimes you can look at your numbers and think they matter, but then people that actually do this job know that your numbers oftentimes do not add up, right? You'll have an episode come out, it has 150,000 views and magically pops up to 400,000, 500,000, but for some reason the number of comments and likes, that doesn't seem to be shifting at that same rate. You put out a full show that has over 400,000 views. It has 3,500 likes. And hey, I don't have all the answers. Maybe there's a genuine reason for this, but it really does look like you're trying to hide the fall off I mean, some could see this as you trying to defraud your sponsors. But anyway, we've also seen criticism coming from right-wing voices that have been against this war, with Megyn Kelly, for example, saying,
Iran's about to be richer than it's ever been. I mean, we're about to release a lot of money to Iran, and they will emerge from this whole thing, in some ways, much better off than they were before. They'll possibly be in control of the Strait of Hormuz. They'll definitely have hundreds of billions of dollars that they didn't have before.
You then also had Tucker Carlson piling on, saying that he thinks that Iran's now going to pursue a nuclear weapon, and adding,
it is absolutely impossible to say this is in any sense a win for the United States, because it's not. This is a pretty humiliating loss for the United States. With this, the United States has shown that it does not have, despite possessing the world's best or biggest or certainly most generously funded military, does not have the military power to impose its will on the 34th biggest economy in the world.
Now, aside of, commentators and influencers, you had people like Republican Senator Bill Cassidy slamming the MOU, writing on Twitter, Reagan is rolling over in his grave. This is the worst foreign policy blunder in decades. But then Ted Cruz and others also calling it out. But then also, on the flip side, there were Republicans like Rand Paul, who's been a critic of the war, supporting the deal. And then you're also seeing some people on the left who welcome measures like the lifting of sanctions. But really, wherever you land or wherever you're coming from, it is clear that Trump has failed to achieve his own objectives, completely crossed his own red lines, and likely achieve fucking nothing that could have been won by just negotiating from the beginning. And it is just really hard to see this unless your head is so far up Donald Trump's ass that you even passed Benny Johnson on your way up. To not see this is a huge win for Iran. Trump created a problem, tons of people died, including a bunch of school kids, 13 plus US military members. In the meantime, you and fucking everybody's been paying more for gas and pretty much everything else. Iran proved that they can wait out the United States. Also, it's like they discovered they have a superpower of this choke point regarding oil and just how much pain they can induce. And I'm just left wondering if Sleepy Don realizes he took just such a massive L, or maybe he is really that far gone. But then also on the complete opposite end of the spectrum, we then have to look to New York. Because in New York, you got pretty much everyone feeling like a winner right now. You have the Knicks having their championship parade, people out early and in numbers. And as a bit of news, but also maybe a little bit as a palate cleanser, I want to include 2 minutes of Mamdani's speech where he's praising the Knicks, but he's really talking about a lot more. He's talking about the Knicks and New York, and to a greater extent, America, about people staring down adversity and doing something about it.
Over these past weeks, as the Knicks kept winning, our city has come together as one. Neighbors invited neighbors over. Strangers high-fived one another in the street. Subway conductors sang their announcements and bus drivers danced behind the wheel. So often when this city comes together, it is because we are forced to, by a moment of tragedy or adversity.
They put this all, they make fun of me for being a gamer, but they put all of this stuff behind games. NBA games, basketball games. I don't see the difference. I really don't. And it's kind of funny. It's like, it's sort of silly. These ball fondlers, they're ball fondlers. And they're given so much credit. Their cities get sad when they're not winning. It's insane. And yet video gamers kind of are considered to be like these nerds and a little bit geeky and sort of like socially like maladjusted and stuff. And it's like weird. Damn, they killed those so fast. It took like 90 seconds. I don't even know if I'm going to bother to loot. It's just, you know... just takes time that I don't really want to give. Now.
What a gift it is to be brought together by pure, unfiltered joy.
Yeah, it is. It's like really good. Like whatever it is, it's like a gift. It's like a gift. It's manna from heaven. It's like people were happy because their team won. We weren't expecting all that happiness during all this darkness, you know. And he is right. But it's just weird. It's like I get the same joy from video games, but I'm not given the same sort of social respect that those people are. They use their bodies. That's harder. It is harder. You know. Yeah.
For as long as we live, we will remember this feeling of a city together, a city alive, a city overcome by happiness. But let's not pretend that this was inevitable. If you will allow me, I want to travel back in time 8 days. Game 4, 9 minutes and 33 seconds left in the fourth quarter. The Knicks are down 20. The analytics guys, the sports betting companies, the pundits who watch from far away, they do what they do.
The contender, the spectators, excuse me. They're not contenders, they're spectators, excuse me. Yeah, they're the spectators, yeah. The spectators are like, they're gonna lose. Yeah, I'm going all the way the fuck up there, am I? Yeah, I guess so. But I was just, you know, getting my stuff. That guy didn't look good. Oh no, am I wandering through a camp? I don't think I want to. Stay on the road.
They run the numbers. They calculate the odds. They write the Knicks off. They give the Spurs a 99.6% chance of winning the game. A 99.6% chance of tying up the series 2-2, of reclaiming the momentum with the next game in San Antonio. A 99.6% chance of silencing the Garden, of another year of watching and waiting. But there is one thing that the pundits just don't get about this team, that they just don't get about this city. It is in that 0.4% that we go to work. It is in that 0.4% that Jalen Brunson, the same guy that so many said was too small, proves that not only is he good enough, he is the new standard for greatness. It's in that 0.4% that the Knicks do what New Yorkers have always done when we are told something is impossible. We find a way. We win. Standing here before what feels like the entire city, there is a Jalen Brunson quote I can't stop thinking about. You are allowed to think about the worst possible scenario, but you gotta go out there and do something about it.
Do something about it.
We're gonna cut around a little there. He gives a lot of people a lot of flowers, but I wanted to just get his message out because it really did feel like one that just, it transcends sports. And I think it's an important mindset in the face of constant horror and corruption.
Yeah, constant horror and corruption from the right wing. Fuck them, and I'm ready to go against them. I'll fight them in war.
And just losing left and right. You, me, we're allowed to feel what we feel, but then we have to do something about it.
They're a piece of shit, chokehold, fucking fascist, boot heel. I'm fucking sick of it. Like, I can't breathe.
Starting with whatever we can, ourselves, what's around us, and then build from there. And funny enough, I actually hit on this on the secret that's not a secret channel of mine. Might even link to it at the end of the video today. But man, I think the more that people see of Mamdani, the more Republicans are lucky that he cannot run for president. Though right now, they're probably definitely not loving the fact they're having to deal with just fallout after fallout from the Trump administration. And then there's more that we gotta dive into in just a minute. But first, let me thank a sponsor and say, you know, for those of us still working on something for over a year and you still don't have a website up, I need you to ask yourself, are you actually closer to launching than you were 6 months ago? And that's not a knock on you, right? That's just what happens when the build feels harder than the idea. Squarespace, our sponsor today, they make the build stupid simple. And hey, no website, no problem. Today, that changes because Squarespace makes it so easy to start selling content, courses, physical or digital products. I mean, whatever you've been dreaming of. Their beacon tools, they will literally draft your site copy, suggest your layout, design your pages. You just describe what you want, it builds around you. No coding, no guesswork, just results. And you want one-time payments, subscriptions, both, done and done. And as Beacon can help you design and build the business, Acuity handles the bookings. Right? So by the time that your first client finds you, everything's already ready for it. And then once you're live, their built-in analytics and marketing tools, they keep everything running like clockwork. And you can focus on what you actually care about. So stop the procrastination. Your free trial's waiting for you at squarespace.com/Phil or scan that QR code because today is launch day. And hey, just when it's ready to go live, use code Phil to get 10% off and let them know we sent you. And then diving right back into the news, we got to talk about how there is a group that Donald Trump may have to worry about come election day, and it's not young men or minority voters or really any familiar group. Instead, I'm talking to you about UFO enthusiasts, or actually as they often call themselves, ufologists, or as I guess skeptics prefer to call them, UFO nuts. Right? And that's because they actually put a lot of their hopes in Donald Trump, because of course he said he would be, and he claims to be, the most transparent president in American history, and people thought that he would finally disclose whatever secrets about aliens that the US government's been hiding since the 1940s. And in February, it actually looked like he was really going to deliver. Right? Trump ordered the release of all the UFO files in the government's possession, which for me, I'll say, this is my opinion, at the time I was like, well, obviously he's going to do this. He wants a distraction. The economy sucks, we're at war, he's stonewalling people on the Epstein files. Give people some red meat. Maybe they'll chew on that rather than all the stuff I don't want them talking about. And while all of that, it came to a climax last month when the White House unveiled aliens.gov, a website that revealed what it called the truth. And in huge text at the top are the words, "They walk among us," with the X-Files music playing as soon as you enter the site. Within the small text reading, for 60 years, the US government has kept a closely guarded secret. Aliens have been walking among us, living in our neighborhoods, and interacting with us in our daily lives. They've
Yeah, this is what the government website says.
Shopped in the same stores, attended the same classes as our children,
What?
and lived seemingly normal human existences. With one exception, they do not belong here. And if you haven't guessed who they are because you forgot that this administration is one of the cringiest and dehumanizing administrations in history, they're referring to undocumented immigrants. Or as they put it, millions of aliens whom the White House says came under cover of darkness and embedded themselves in our society while the government covered up and accelerated the invasion. What followed was a database of immigration arrests, or as the site calls them, alien abductions, as well as an invitation to report your undocumented neighbors. And while you had a ton of people who went to this page being disgusted by the craven dehumanization of millions of ordinary people, As far as the UFO community, they were offended for a different reason. There was, for example, one member telling the Washington Post, "I think it's gross on so many levels. The administration is choosing to make a mockery out of whistleblowers and victims of government corruption and harassment for clicks." Or because from their perspective, Trump teased them this huge disclosure and then kind of made them the butt of a joke about deporting people. But also, many were willing to let that disappointment fly if the actual UFO files ended up giving them what they wanted. And so with that, the Pentagon then released its first batch in May and the second shortly afterward, but then the third last week. And it's pretty much more of what we've already seen. Videos of round objects or lights moving around in the sky, though they're presented with little or no context. And then where videos aren't available, we get artistic interpretations of reported sightings instead, as well as reports detailing eyewitness accounts of sightings. And then also for some reason, you had people really fixating on this one report that describes a potato-shaped object over Colorado Springs that looks somewhat translucent with a slight shimmer. There even intelligence assessment guessing that it could just be sunlight reflecting off of the snow on a mountain and illuminated the underside of low-altitude clouds. Right, and then there are also more document dumps coming, with the DoD promising one every few weeks in the foreseeable future, since there are tens of millions of records going back decades. And with that, you had Pete Hegseth proclaiming these files hidden behind classifications have long fueled justified speculation, and it's time the American people see it for themselves. But so far, we really haven't gotten anything new or groundbreaking from these files, so UFO enthusiasts, they're kind of getting restless, which also to a certain degree may or may not be connected to Steven Spielberg's new film, Disclosure Day. It just came out and it's kind of thrown a bright spotlight on the whole UFO question. Without giving things away, it's about characters kind of rushing to expose the truth about aliens while a joint corporate government conspiracy tries to stop them. And to many, it's kind of seen as throwing
Disclosure Day? Wait, there's a new Spielberg film? Oh, it's out at Regal Barkley. It's Spielberg. It's got to be good. Wow. Hey, get off my keyboard. Hi. Yeah, I just came to see if you wanted some love, and just show you that I love you and that that you're not alone out there, kitty. You're my best friend. I'm just making sure you got food and water, and you're a happy kitty. Yeah, you doing okay? It's 3:30 now. You can go right back out again if you want. Okay? Yeah, you're not trapped in here. Yeah, get yourself some lap. And I'll give you some affection for a while. And we're just going to rub this kitty for a little bit. I like making a big deal about the kitty. And I just make sure, show them that you care for her. We think about you, kitty. We love you. You're pack. You're my pack. So we make sure that you're happy and you're fed and you're watered and you're just like a consulate kitty. Let's see how they felt about Disclosure Day. I really wanted to like it, but left feeling disappointed. Plot was plotting all over the place. Runtime was way too long. Revealed the end was underwhelming to say the least. Actors were all great though. Pretty much agree. Blunt and O'Connor were great, but the two storylines never really meshed, and 145 minutes is a long time to invest in a reveal that underwhelming. Colin Firth built up all that slow burn menace, and the payoff just wasn't there. Williams' score and the cast are doing a lot of heavy lifting for a script that ran out of ideas by Act 3. He-Man was better. Wow.
Bring really a lot of bones at the UFO community. There's lore galore in there, from the Roswell incident to Project Blue Book to real congressional testimony, which also makes sense because Spielberg, he's had an interest in this space for a long time, ever since he was a kid. And even if you never saw an interview from him, you could tell from his other films like E.T. and Close Encounters of the Third Kind. And so actually during the marketing campaign for this film, he was also kind of like, this isn't just a movie, it's about some real shit.
Do you think that there are aliens here? And do you think they might still be here?
Based on the circumstantial evidence of everything that I've gathered throughout my whole life and all the testimonies in Congress that I've heard, I absolutely think that they have been here and they are here. And Who knows? Maybe they've always been here.
And you've seen this film so far kind of eliciting a bunch of different reactions from the UFO community. Some just kind of appreciate that it's boosting their cause, saying that the core message that people deserve transparency from their government, that's a crucial point. You also had others saying they resonated with Spielberg's portrayal of experiencers, which is their term for people who have encountered the paranormal, including UFOs and aliens. And then also on, I'll say, the further fringes, you've got some people thinking the US government and Steven Spielberg actually collaborated on the film, or at the very least, thinking that this is not kind of just merely a work of fiction.
Some people still think it's a coincidence. I don't, because no Hollywood film discloses reality in such an overt way. They always layer it. They always put it in. They mix it with truth and with fiction. So they're giving you the truth, but they're mixing it with fiction so that you don't know which is which.
But also, like, if there is one person in mainstream pop culture who rivals Spielberg in terms of the impact they've had on popularizing UFO and alien conspiracy theories, it's got to be Joe Rogan. He's had virtually every big name in the UFO community on his podcast over the years. From Lou Elizondo to Bob Lazar, and I mean, he's hosted many of them in just the past several months.
These, whatever these beings are, if they are
Art
real,
Bell was like that, and I respect that.
Are they us? Are they us from the future that is coming back to make sure that we don't get up and to sort of hold our hand through this experiment?
I'm a fan of Hal Puthoff's ultra-terrestrial idea, that these are not from the future, they're from the past. They just happen to be way more advanced than we thought.
First of all, we're dealing with alien or another civilization technology, whether it, it's from another dimension, another time, another planet. I mean, who really knows?
And actually, now it's to the point where a handful of Congress members are on board with the disclosure train. In fact, there's even a UAP caucus, with UAP being short for Unidentified Anonymous Phenomena, though you can also just call them UFOs. It includes lawmakers from both parties like Jared Moskowitz, Anna Paulina Luna, Nancy Mace, and most notably, Republican Tim Burchett, who just last month went on Joe Rogan.
President Trump's always been great to me. He's never lied to me, but I don't know that he knows the right questions to ask and the right people to talk to, because this thing's been covered up at least since 1947, and I just don't think they don't give up that easy. The war pimps at the Pentagon and everybody else, they just don't give up that easy.
Now, in response to the criticism from disclosure advocates disappointed by the recent UFO file dumps, you have the White House sending the same statement to reporters, calling Trump the most transparent president in American history, and then adding he is focused on providing maximum disclosure to the public, who can ultimately make up their own minds about the information contained in these files. Right, but then next up from that, let's talk about a much different kind of fallout around a much different kind of situation, and that is Chud the Builder. You really get everything on this show. But Chud the Builder, he's back in the news because his bond was revoked, and that's also coming as reports noted that he's been able to churn out a massive profit off of his wildly offensive content. We talked about this guy last month. He seems to just be a racist influencer and live streamer, though they love to call themselves freedom of speech advocates. Or that's the only reason he goes around harassing people, calling them the N-word. He's fighting for freedom of speech. He's a hero, and his name is Dalton Etherly. You may have seen him because he's gone viral for walking around on the streets saying the N-word and other racial slurs and just kind of horrifically offensive things to black people.
Somebody get him a banana.
And he's been dealing with a lot of legal trouble. I mean, earlier this year, before everything got really crazy, he racked up a nearly $400 bill at a restaurant in Nashville with him live streaming while eating dinner, and when the staff asked him to stop recording, he refused and had a full tantrum and left without paying. But then Bitch the Builder, ending in jail for that, though he posted bond and got out relatively quick. But alas, it wasn't meant to be, because just a week after that, he ended up facing attempted murder charges. Because he got into this altercation with a black man that ended up with him opening fire. And it actually went down outside of a courthouse in Montgomery County, Tennessee. I mean, Etherly, he was there for a whole other case. He claimed that a man outside started pointing and laughing at him, saying that he tried to walk away, but then the man followed him and attacked him, and so he drew his weapon, claiming.
He said, you start saying all that shit out to me, I'm gonna hit you. He hit me, started wailing on me, even after I had to defend myself by shooting him. He's still wailing on me.
And Trump the Builder apparently also got injured in this as well. Well, the latest news, it's stemming from a hearing about the Nashville Dine and Dash. It still deals heavily with the attempted murder charge, because you've got authorities focusing on social media posts that he made before the shooting, calling them racist and violent, and even saying they sound premeditative, like he's going to kill somebody. And according to the Tennessean, the district attorney also played a video where Chud said, it's only proper escalation, it's inevitable. Just imagine the headline, Chud the Builder kills a black man. It's almost like it's going to happen. And so not only did posts like that result in the judge revoking his bond, but you then also at News Channel 5 in Nashville doing a piece about how inflammatory rhetoric like that has been so profitable for Chud. Noting things like before his arrest, he was making money from a meme coin that he held 3% in and would promote while posting clips of the streams. Or the idea being the more attention he gets, the more eyeballs are on him and the more likely people are to invest in the coin. But with that, it peaked in May and it's also dropped massively. We then also appeared to make money from his arrest from crowdfunding donations on Give, which is that platform that's similar to GoFundMe, but it's Christian and has less moderation rules, so it really often caters to the far right. And a fundraiser called Help the Chud and His Family, it's raised over $300,000. And even though the description says that it's meant to cover legal fees as well as expenses for his family for people charged with crimes as serious as attempted murder, Give, it only allows funds to cover a person's legal defense, so they issued an update on its page clarifying what money received there could be used for. But then also on top of that, courts have said that Chud will not be allowed to use crowdsourced money to pose a bond, which is then very notable because even though his bond in the restaurant case was revoked, he's facing a $1 million bond in the attempted murder case. And so for now, this is largely where we are. He has a lot of court appearances ahead of him. In this most recent hearing, his lawyers tried to defend him by noting that he's been facing serious threats online.
He's made several complaints, including people threatening to chop his infant son's head off.
His attorneys also filed a motion to dismiss the charges from the Nashville incident, so we're gonna have to see what comes from that. Right, and then actually from that, for our final block today, we've got some more news you need to know quickly, starting with the fact that the Gilgo Beach serial killer was just sentenced to 3 life sentences and then some after pleading guilty to 7 murders and admitting to 1 more that was left out of his plea deal. Right, in the sentencing hearing, it was explosive.
You're a disgusting and despicable small man, if you're a man at all. And you're a coward.
And if you're unfamiliar with just this whole terrible story, Rex Heuermann, he was arrested back in 2023 in connection with heinous murders that went unsolved for decades. I mean, the remains of 2 victims being found in 1993 and 1996, but most of the victims were actually killed between 2000 and 2010. With the case also blowing up in 2010 when investigators started to find human remains while looking into the disappearance of Shannon Gilbert. The case eventually went cold until 2022 when detectives linked Heuermann to a truck that a witness reported seeing when one of the victims disappeared. But then detectives from there able to get his DNA from some pizza crust that he threw out, which matched the DNA they found with one of the victims. And then after also tracking his cell phone data, realizing he'd arranged to meet with some of the victims shortly before they disappeared, they got him. And actually, after his arrest, they even found sort of a blueprint for his killings on his computer where he had planned out some of his murders. And while he's been rotting away in jail ever since, yesterday he had to hear from the victims' loved ones.
Twisted, heartless. There aren't enough words for these murders. Beneath the truth is who you are. A man without empathy, without a soul, someone who hunted, tortured, and murdered women. But that's truly what you are. A marsh man with unpleasant traits, a violent man, a repulsive monster, a heathen, inside and out. I know everyone's spoke on heaven, but do me a favor, give me a flat out, but I'll see you there.
Were you an emotion running so high that even the judge was brought to tears hearing the victim's loved ones speak? People telling Heuermann, what you have done to our family is beyond what words can express. The sister of one of the victims saying that her loved one was the victim of a predator and a serial killer so evil, it's been unbearable. But then after all that, Heuermann really not having much to say.
There are no words I can say. I am responsible for what was said in this room today. The words I would say have no meaning. And I'm going to leave it there at this time.
Or even had the judge blowing up on him after that.
Are you a little bit sorry for what you did to these poor innocent women? 8 women that you strangled to death? At least 8 that we know of? Are you at least a little bit sorry for that?
You then also have news we have to talk about with the Pentagon's chief digital and artificial intelligence officer, Cameron Stanley. Right in that, because Stanley just said in a sworn statement that the U.S. used Grok to launch 2,000 missiles at Iran. And this actually came out in a lawsuit that's against Elon Musk, where you had the NAACP claiming that Musk's XAI violated the Clean Air Act by polluting the air in black neighborhoods, running gas-burning turbines without the proper permits. You've got the Trump administration asking a federal judge in Mississippi to toss that lawsuit out, with Stanley saying in a statement that Grok is a matter of paramount national security, saying the Pentagon relies on XAI's Grok Gov model and would be severely impacted by a court ruling to block them from using it. And actually adding that Grok is one of 4 AI models currently capable of supporting national security applications and one of only 3 products able to support top secret operations. And then with all this, you had Stanley claiming that data centers used by the federal government are long-term strategic tools vital to maintaining our technological advantage against adversaries. But also, the timing here is notable because it comes after AI. You know, it's definitely been under scrutiny as U.S. attacks have killed hundreds of civilians. Most notably, or maybe at least the most in the public eye, you had that strike on the Iranian girls' school that killed at least 175 people. And there you had some analysts speculating that the Pentagon's use of AI targeting could have played a role. However, the Defense Department still hasn't agreed to investigate that bombing or any other school or hospital bombings that could have potentially been avoided with stricter AI rules. And so with that, you've had some Congress members putting forth legislation themselves to limit the use of AI in the military. Right? And so you had one bill from Senator Kirsten Gillibrand that would make sure humans control, quote, life and death decisions and ban the use of AI altogether when it comes to nuclear weapons, domestic surveillance, and autonomous weapon systems. And adding, we must act now not to stifle technological technological progress, but to establish clear rules of the road that keep humans in charge and keep AI's use in warfare smart and safe. But that, my friend, you beautiful bastard, is the end of your Thursday Philip DeFranco Show dive into the news. But I also got two quick things for you. One, a friendly reminder, I guess really an announcement that tomorrow I'm going to be doing a special episode. I'm going to go live. A lot of people wanted me to do a watch party, breakdown, talk about stuff that's been cut out, even more about the big win. That's, of course, going to allow me to give away $1 million to 40 of you beautiful bastards. We're going to split it up into 25K chunks. The details are getting figured out. It's not happening yet. So that live episode, that's going to be a great time. And then also today, if you want something that's kind of, let's think of it as a palate cleanser, put out, I think it's like about a 4-minute video on the Secret Not Secret channel that I sometimes mention every 9 months. And this time I'll link to it on screen and in the description. But hey, no matter what you do, let me just say thank you for watching. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
Hello, Chicago. Sweet home, Chicago. Please have a seat. Thank you, Punihi, for that.
Thank you, PBS News. Thank you, Philip DeFranco, for the excellent content from a stream. I'd like to sub to your channel.
Outstanding introduction. President and Mrs. Bush, President and Secretary Clinton, thank you for being with us today and for your devotion to our country. And President and Dr. Biden, thank you for your steadfast partnership for 8 years. Joe, we started as running mates and ended as family.
Aww.
And we would not be here without you.
Yeah, I agree.
And we are grateful.
I'm grateful.
To our amazing foundation staff and our amazing board, to Governor Pritzker, Mayor Johnson, thank you for making this center possible. To congressional leaders and foreign dignitaries who've made the trip, I cherish our partnership together and all we got accomplished together. Thank you.
Yeah.
To Michelle, she did me wrong. She wouldn't let me see her speech. She knew she was going to mess me up, and she did it anyway. But she's always made me better. And I could not be more grateful. And to Sasha and Malia, what can I say? You mean everything to me. More than 40 years ago, on a late summer afternoon in 1985, I arrived here in Chicago, entering the city through the very spot where this center now stands. I can still picture myself heading down what was then Cornell Drive in a janky used car that I bought in New York, with all my worldly possessions stuffed in the trunk and the back seat, so I really couldn't see out the rear view mirror, and I was a safety hazard. And I was 23 years old. I'd just been hired by a group of churches on the south side to help organize a part of the city that had been battered by steel plant closings and chronic neglect. And I didn't have much organizing experience. Didn't know anybody in Chicago.
I got killed.
But I had been inspired
something scared me
by the civil rights movement. And I knew I wanted to make a difference.
Yeah, something scared me with Eve. I'm okay with dying. That's
sure
fine.
exactly how I was going to do that.
Make sure I'm not losing healers.
I was possessed.
I appear to be okay. It looks like they're
with
killing
this
everything.
abiding faith.
Damn it. Way shrine.
That if we could give people more of a say in the forces
oh, good.
that
I can just go
govern
back and
their
fight him
lives.
again.
If we could bridge some of the differences that drove us apart, then we could build an America where everyone counts and everyone has a fair shot and everyone belongs. Even a mixed-race kid with a weird backstory and a name nobody could pronounce. And it was here, in this city, the city of broad shoulders, that I found what I was looking for. Day by day, block by block, I got to know the people who lived here. Their hopes, their dreams, their tragedies and their triumphs. I witnessed their resilience in the face of hardship and the quiet heroism of a single mom raising her kids and sending them to college on a secretary's salary. Or the priest electing to stay in the city and open his doors to at-risk youth, even as most of his flock had fled to the suburbs. I learned that leadership has less to do with titles or rank or chasing attention than with helping others find their voice, reaching their potential, and sitting around people's kitchen tables or on their back porches, spending time in church basements, in barber shops.
I had to find my way all the way through that
I was reminded
stupid-ass
that
boss
everyone
again.
has a story to tell if you just care to listen. Sacred stories, full of courage and humor and grace. And that each of those stories in some way connected to my own. In other words, I found my purpose here, and I fortified my faith here, and I found my community here. Friendships that would last a lifetime. And I found a girl from the South Side who has been my greatest blessing. Michelle and I, our wedding reception was over at South Shore Cultural Center. You could walk from here. Our daughters were born right down the street.
This is
where we bought our first home.
That's cool.
This is where our kids took their first steps. This is where I launched my candidacy for the Illinois State Senate.
But my
over
mom
at
wanted to just move.
the Ramada Inn on Lakeshore Drive, serving pretzels and soda, embarking on the path that ultimately and improbably led to this day. So, for me, this center could not be anyplace else. It's an expression of thanks, an acknowledgement that so much of what I hold most dear, I owe to the people of this city and the people of these surrounding neighborhoods. And it's why we designed the center not to be some lifeless mausoleum. I am too young for that. Not just a place to see Michelle's dresses, although I understand that will be the top attraction. We wanted it to be a vibrant, living celebration of community, where we can learn together and share the joys of art and music and sport and play. Because it's in those moments that we're reminded of our common humanity. And strengthen the bonds of trust that not only make our lives richer, but make our democracy stronger.
Without Werewolf, this is going to suck.
Now, we also wanted this center to be a celebration of the extraordinary public servants, many of whom are here today, that made this journey possible. Some of you helped get me elected. Some of you I had to talk into joining my administration. Some of you were seasoned veterans who helped show a rookie president the ropes. But a lot of you were younger than I was when I first drove into this city. And we're all a bit older now. Many of you have children of your own, even grandchildren. But the passage of time has only deepened my admiration for your talent and your dedication and your skill. It's only deepened my gratitude for how much you and your families sacrificed to make this country better. So when you visit this center today or in days to come, I hope you see yourselves and your hard work reflected in every exhibit. And I hope you take pride in what we accomplish together. You made that happen. Now, of course, we did not accomplish everything we set out to do. No administration does. Some of the exhibits reflect unfinished business. In some cases, my own shortcomings and mistakes. In some cases, because, as a sign I kept on the Resolute desk read, hard things are hard. And that's especially true in a big, raucous, diverse, argumentative democracy like the United States of America. Everybody's got an opinion. And that means getting stuff done involves reconciling the demands of a couple of 100 million people. Democracy can be frustrating. It can be slow. It can be inefficient.
We're done.
And yet, more than anything, I hope this center will serve as an affirmation of just how special, how precious our democracy truly is. And remind us what we can achieve when we embrace our shared responsibilities as citizens. And since we're a few weeks away from America's 250th birthday, it is worth remembering just how radical the whole idea of self-government really was back in 1776.
What's happening? Switch.
To that point, human history was a tale of conquest and caste and rigid hierarchies. A world where the strong dominated the weak, where power and wealth and status flowed through lineage, and the many were ruled by the few. But out of the fire and steel of a revolution, a different story took flight on this continent. A declaration that we are all created equal, endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights, and that in the newly independent United States, there will be no kings or lords, no serfs or subjects, but only citizens, each of us free to pursue our own version of happiness and able to determine our collective fate through an elected representative government. It had not been done.
Testify, brother.
And because it hadn't been done before, the success of this experiment was never a given. In forming our union, the founders fell terribly short of the Declaration's promise, leaving slavery intact, allowing states to restrict the franchise to white men who own property. But in drafting a Constitution and a Bill of Rights, they did have the foresight, the genius, to provide us with a framework that allows each generation to make our union more perfect.
I was going to warp in and out because this
And over
is
more
too
than
far.
2 centuries, through petitions and protests, marches and strikes, moral appeals from the pulpit, and conversations at the family dinner table. Men and women from all walks of life, of every color, every faith, every region, took up the cause of democracy and made it their own, until we, the people, came to include not just some of us, but all of us. And that's why the story we tell in this building begins not with Michelle's origins or my origins, but with our nation's. With a founding era print of the Declaration of Independence. And a pen
Wait,
and
I went the
inkstand
wrong
used
way,
by
maybe.
Frederick Douglass.
I need to go back.
Lincoln's Bible, and a pamphlet by Ida B. Wells. Suffragist buttons, and a hard hat worn by FDR's Labor Secretary, Francis Perkins. And it's why the exhibits here focus not just on policies, but on the shared values that make democracy possible. A belief in the intrinsic dignity and worth of all people, and that no one is above the law or beneath its protection. A belief in checks and balances in our government, and an accountability that comes with an independent judiciary and a robust free press. A belief that our military and law enforcement owe allegiance not to any president or political party, but to the people and our Constitution. A belief in the peaceful transfer of power after the people have spoken in fair and free elections, recognizing that in a large, complicated society like ours, no group or faction gets its way 100% of the time. And a belief that qualities of character, honesty, integrity, kindness, compassion, the sense of duty and honor, those things matter in our public dealings, just as they do in our private lives. These are not these are the values and traditions I believe in. And they are not Republican or Democratic values. They're American values we can all share, regardless of party. Values every president here today, as different as we are, has tried our best to uphold. Values that John McCain and Mitt Romney believed in, no less than I did. It is our greatest inheritance. The story of America at its best, because it reflects a basic faith in the decency of our fellow citizens. And the possibility that, despite all of our differences, we can see each other and understand one another and make
I'm
common
not doing
cause
this right up. There's
together.
something I'm not doing, and I don't really understand it.
That's what I hope every visitor to this center takes away from their experience. And that's why if you come for a day and you don't have time to see everything, I would urge you to skip the clips of my speeches. You have heard them all before. In favor of the stories of those ordinary citizens who helped make that change happen. The cancer survivor who feared rising premiums would force her out of her home and was brave enough to speak out about it. She's why we pushed so hard for healthcare reform. The small business owner trying to keep the lights on. The teenage girl who told me she was worried her dad might lose his job in the auto crisis. They're why we focus so relentlessly on pulling our economy back from the Great Recession.
I don't see in the inventory.
The wounded warrior.
Tunnel prison, destroy the barrier with the tunnel
Overcoming
prison.
debilitating injuries.
Oh, I see. God damn it.
The gay Air Force major serving her country even when forced to hide who she was. They're why we worked to end Don't Ask, Don't Tell, and care for those who worn our country's uniform and do right by our military families.
Damn right.
It's their voices that led to our successes. And while going through the exhibits, I'd also ask you listen to the voices of people around the world who've been inspired by American ideas. Yes, America has made its share of foreign policy mistakes. Our actions have not always matched our rhetoric. We've learned that we can't solve every conflict or stop every atrocity around the globe, but at our best, the United States has been an undeniable force for good in the world. And what I heard on every continent as president is that when American foreign policy lives up to our highest ideals, when we champion human rights and democracy and the sound stewardship of our planet, when we take the lead in eradicating disease and feeding the hungry and educating children, when we encourage cooperation between nations, instead of trying to dominate and bully and squeeze every advantage just because we can. And most of all, when we show through our example here at home that even a country as big and diverse as ours can make democracy work, it turns out all nations, including ours, become more prosperous and secure. And the world gets a little bit brighter. I recognize it's been almost a decade since I left office. In that time, we have lived through more war and a terrible pandemic, economic disruptions, mass protests, backlash against mass protests, political conflicts that have shaken the very foundation of our democracy. We've witnessed a technological revolution that promises remarkable discoveries, could revolutionize medicine, but is also accelerating inequality, that puts all the world's information in the palm of our hands, but somehow makes it harder for us to tell a truth from a lie, that connects us instantly like never before, even as it makes us more distrustful and more withdrawn and more fearful and more isolated from each other. It's a lot. For millions of people in this country and around the world, the future feels uncertain, the ground unstable beneath our feet. And as algorithms keep feeding us a steady stream of distraction and outrage, as only the loudest, most extreme voices get attention, fanning our prejudices, appealing to our basest, most tribal instincts, it's tempting to give in to cynicism and even despair, to stop trying. We start thinking that appeals to democracy and civic participation are corny and old-fashioned and boring and naive. That the very idea of working on behalf of the common good is a sucker's bet. And that in order for us to win, somebody else has got to lose. I get it. I am not immune to anger or doubt. But I do know this. When we lose faith in each other, when we stop believing that voting matters, that citizenship matters,
voting matters,
that our collective voices matter, that how we treat each other no longer matters, then we give away our power to decide our own futures.
Yep.
We open the door to the most ruthless, or the most careless, or the most fearful among us.
Yeah, in my experience, it's the people that tell you to give up.
See some groups
that are
and some people as more equal than others. And see government as nothing more than a way to divvy up the spoils and punish enemies and keep those who are different in their place. I do not believe that is the story of America that prevails in the end. I don't believe it because for us to give up, for us to give in now, after all this country's been through, to cynicism and division would be a betrayal of our founding ideas. A betrayal of our faith. And I remain convinced that the overwhelming majority of Americans feel the same way. That as unsettled as we are, people aren't looking for perpetual anger and division. They are looking for fairness and common sense and mutual respect. That deep in our gut, we want to find a way to turn towards each other again, not further away. I believe this because I've seen it all across our country. In cities that have worked together to reclaim their streets from crime, in rural communities that have rebuilt their economy, in businesses that are finding new ways to make housing affordable, in those ordinary people in the Twin Cities who brave frigid temperatures, risk their own safety, standing shoulder to shoulder to look out for their neighbors and sometimes look out for strangers because they knew that was the right thing to do. I've seen it.
It was so cold this winter. It was like the coldest winter ever faced in my life. The fascists have gotten out of hand.
And I've seen it in a new generation of leaders here and around the world. Like Puniha and Addison. Leaders who are determined to make our governments and our economies and our societies work for everyone. Obama Foundation leaders like Hannah, a Food Corps member from rural Ohio who's helping ensure every child has access to at least one nourishing meal. Or George, an entrepreneur whose nonprofit helps get unused, unexpired medicine, often at no cost, to people who need it. Or Zuzana, a human rights lawyer in Poland, who's won more than 30 landmark cases. There are thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of these young people out there making a difference right now. And this center is devoted to lifting up their stories, giving them the tools and support they need to expand their impact.
What's the solution to the puzzle?
For while our work is nonpartisan,
fix the dwarven resonator.
We are not values neutral. We have a point of view. The exhibits in the center are not meant to evoke nostalgia for some gauzy bygone era, some unattainable past that we can dream about and say, oh, we miss you, Barack. They're meant to remind us of who we can be, to remind us of what's possible, so we can forge ahead, clear-eyed and confident, and do the work that still needs to be done. We can learn from the past, but America's story isn't frozen in the past. It has chapters yet to be written. Not by one person or a few people, not by Barack and Michelle, or anybody with a fancy title or a high office, but by all of us. You know, one of the things a lot of presidential libraries now have in common is a replica of the Oval Office. And if you take a peek at the one inside this building, you will see some objects that carried some special meaning for me during the time that I was in office. There's a program that a friend from the South Side gave me that he had retrieved from the 1963 March on Washington. He was there. There's a Norman Rockwell painting of the Statue of Liberty with workers hanging on ropes, burnishing the torch that she holds aloft. And on the rug, you'll read words from some of America's greatest leaders, including a quote that inspired that arch that you see right there at the south end of the plaza by Martin Puryear. The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. And it's a quote that was often invoked by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., but it originally comes from a Boston minister's sermon more than 170 years ago.
Badass.
And at the time, the abolitionist cause seemed lost. The Compromise of 1850 had made harboring fugitive slaves a crime under federal law, even in those states that had abolished slavery. And in a case that garnered national attention, a young fugitive in Boston had been seized and tried and marched to the wharf by hundreds of armed officers, where he was summarily put on a ship bound for the South, where he would remain in shackles and chains. And it was a moment of profound uncertainty and despair. A moment the minister called darker than any New England had witnessed. We do not see, Reverend Theodore Parker observed, that justice is always done on earth. Many a knave is rich, sleek, and honored, while the just man is poor, hated, and in torment. I do not pretend, the preacher said, to understand the moral universe. The arc is a long one. My eye reaches but little ways. I cannot calculate the curve and complete the figure by the experience of sight. I can divine it by conscience. But from what I see,
cool.
I am sure it bends towards justice.
Let's get to level 20.
The good Reverend was under no illusions about the perils and obstacles facing the abolitionist cause. His words offered no easy answers, no comforting assurances that he or his congregation would live to see the progress they so desperately sought. Rather, his was a declaration of faith, a defiant call, not to abandon hope or give way to fear, but to stay true to our better selves and true to one another, and to keep fighting to fulfill the promise of this nation, even in the face of cruelty and bitter disappointment, even in the face of impossible odds. It is that spirit that we open the Senate today. The same spirit that so many of you showed all those years ago. The same spirit that inspired generations of Americans to meet the challenges of their time. The same spirit that is alive and well here on the south side of Chicago. The same spirit that will see America and the world through its present trials There's a new generation out there, ready to write the next chapter of our story. We intend to help them do it, and we ask that you join us. Thank you. God bless you. God bless
you. It was good. It was good. Thank you. Yeah, I was inspired. It felt good. It felt good to feel real leadership again.
The music industry is in an interesting place right now because on one hand, it's more accessible than it's ever been. It's more democratic than it's ever been. And if recent trends continue, it will soon be more profitable than it's ever been. But also, doesn't it kind of feel like it's completely falling apart?
Last week, 6 of the top 50 trending songs on Spotify were AI generated.
If I was my daughter's age, if I'm looking at what musicians are doing now, I wouldn't want to do this.
If you have a business phone that goes up 10-15%, you're in a lot of trouble. Well, it's double.
But there is a refusal to offer even a semblance of a sustainable revenue source.
I'm owed $30,000 in music royalties that I will probably never see.
A lot of bands that you love, they're gonna call it quits in the next 2 years.
The industry as a whole is raking in more and more money every year. But as with so many things in life, the majority of that is concentrated at the top. Record labels, tech executives, and monopolistic middlemen make billions, while the bottom 80% of artists are forced into a death match with each other. As their costs go up and the revenue goes down, many smaller acts are starting to get priced out of the industry altogether. I want to talk about all the things that are causing this, but let's start with Spotify, since nobody has been more influential to the current state of music than the company that fundamentally changed the way we listen to it. My main source for a lot of the information in this video is this book by Liz Pelly called Mood Machine. And I would say my biggest takeaway is that Spotify has never, at any point, cared about artists. In fact, they've routinely done just about everything they can to both undermine and replace them. I think it's important to point out that the company wasn't even founded with the intention of being a music streaming service. The plan from the beginning was just to make a website that could sell ads. The content used to drive traffic to those ads was almost completely irrelevant.
Should it be product search, or should it be movies or audiobooks? And then we ended up with music.
The only reason they eventually decided on music was because they felt like there was a market for it. I'm pretty sure if they thought they'd sell more ads on pictures of feet, then that's what they would have done. And maybe I'd still be subscribed. And I don't bring this detail up because this is my first day on Earth and I'm just now learning that businesses like to make money. I know that's usually the case. I just like to point this out because it annoys me how much Spotify's founders have tried to retroactively apply this nobility to their cause.
I did this not because I thought we could make a ton of money. I did this because I cared about the problem, right? I cared about music and I cared about compensating artists fairly.
The problem was to distribute music, not to give you money.
Guys, we were never trying to profit. We just wanted to save the music industry. And I swear, we're gonna start saving it any day now. To be fair, it's easy to overly romanticize the time before music streaming apps, as if back then everything was working perfectly and artists were just raking in revenue left and right. 20 years ago, the industry was struggling. Piracy had become a huge problem. Once people realized they could download a band's entire discography for free, why would they keep spending 99 cents just to buy one song? And unless the plan was to arrest millions of teenagers for using BitTorrent, the most realistic way to counteract this was to create something just slightly more convenient in comparison so that people would see the value in paying for it. The problem for Spotify was that even while that income grew exponentially throughout the early 2010s, they just weren't able to keep enough of it for themselves. Sure, the only reason people use the app at all is to listen to the music that artists put on it, but that doesn't mean they should get most of the money. I won't rest until the guy who said, "What if we put Napster on phone?" is worth $10 billion. Oh, cool, I guess I can rest now. Now, the way monetization works on Spotify is that about 70% of the revenue that's made from subscriptions and advertisements are paid out to music rights holders, while Spotify pays their expenses with the remaining 30%. Now, I want you to remember those two numbers because I'm gonna refer back to them a lot in this video, and I'm gonna show you how that graph has slowly been morphing in the opposite direction. But let's start with the 70%. It's a common misconception that artists on Spotify are paid per stream, when technically that's not true. People will often throw around a figure of like 0.3 cents, but that's just an estimate, and it changes all the time. In reality, there's a fixed pool of revenue that gets distributed every month based on the total number of streams across the entire platform. So if an artist were to have 1% of all the streams, they would be owed 1% of all the revenue. This means that while there's obviously a correlation between the amount of plays a song gets and the amount of royalties that artist receives, it's not as if a third of a penny gets deposited into their account every time you press play. Spotify is a zero-sum game, so unfortunately, the more artists who succeed on it, the more the revenue pool gets spread thin. This is where I think they should be taking a much harsher stance stance than they currently are on AI-generated music. I don't care how much the technology is improving, AI slop is soulless, it's completely unnecessary, and more than anything else, it's theft. The only way it exists at all is because it was trained without consent on decades worth of stolen data. And yet, it is rampant online. Hundreds of thousands of songs are uploaded every single day, and over 40% of those are estimated to be completely AI generated. Now, I don't want to see AI content anywhere. I have no respect for the people who use it, and I cannot wait for all these companies to run out of money. But at least when like an AI YouTube short blows up, that doesn't financially affect everyone else on the platform. On Spotify though, it does, because again, there's only a finite amount of money to go around. According to a website called sloptracker.org, just the top 10 songs from just 50 AI artists are responsible for millions of dollars being taken away from actual artists. And this is a very small sample size. Now, some people have tried to theorize that these songs could be a low-cost way for Spotify to attempt to recoup some of the royalties they owe. Because if there just so happened to be a song on the platform that Spotify owned the rights to, then that percentage of stream share would get redirected right back into the company. And I'm not accusing them of that, but at the very least, they're certainly not doing anything to stop it. And even if they don't agree that AI art is inherently theft, the way that these artists have become so prominent is extremely suspicious. There's another website called Songstats, which for pretty much every artist shows a graph of how their Spotify playlist reach has fluctuated over time. You probably noticed that these tend to be all over the place. For real musicians trying to get their work listened to, it's a roller coaster. It is completely unpredictable. And now let's take some of the top AI artists and look at theirs. That's an interesting shape. That doesn't look like the other graphs. This is Inley, who currently has about 800,000 monthly listeners. And look at some of the playlists she's been in. Blues Mix, Morning Glow. These are official Spotify playlists. Here's one of the biggest ones I found, Breaking Rust, whose music sounds like it was trained on 30 hours of Chevy truck commercials. Just a few weeks after they released their very first song, they were already on playlists seen by 3 million people. What about The Velvet Sundown, who a lot of people were debating about last summer? Day one! The day they put their music out, they were already in these giant playlists. How is that possible, right? How could anyone look at this and say that it happened naturally? Whether or not Spotify is personally responsible for making these things, their immediate and completely inorganic rise to fame is suggestive of something that should be against their terms of service. I mean, they removed the music of legitimate artists all the time, usually for much less nefarious statistical anomalies. So why is it that specifically with The Velvet Sundown, they turn the other way? I don't know, I'm just asking questions. Follow-up question. Can you guys watch this brand deal real quick? This video is sponsored by Opera. If you're a serial tab opener like I am, then Opera is the perfect browser to help you clean up the mess before it gets out of hand. You can easily group them all together in tab islands, and even color code and name them to keep all your little detours separate. This is great for me when I'm researching videos because I'm constantly falling down rabbit holes, so being able to organize it as I go helps it feel a lot less cluttered and overwhelming. They also have a feature called Tab Traces, a visual indicator that underscores the ones you visited most recently. The darker it is, the more recent you clicked on. It's very subtle, but it honestly makes a huge difference when you have a bunch of tabs and you're trying to remember the one you just looked at. And Opera makes things even more streamlined for me since I know that there's certain things I can always access from the sidebar. Messaging apps, social media websites, and even a built-in music player that syncs with all the biggest streaming services. My favorite thing about this is that since it's integrated into the browser, it'll automatically pause your music when you start watching a video. And speaking of videos, they even have a video pop-out feature that lets you move whatever you're watching into the corner or to the side or even outside of the window altogether. And just like that, you're now a professional multitasker like me. You can download Opera for yourself by clicking the link in the description.
It's a delve? It's a delve. What's that there? You have to disrupt the ritual too. There's a delve right here though. Okay, well. Go do another fucking delve, I guess. Man, dragging this loot takes a long time. It doesn't seem like it wants to drag out past 75, so I think I'm just gonna pull this and leave. Oh. Yeah. I guess I could go out there 90 km and suck all that loot, but it's like, oh no, I have to, huh? I do have to. Holy Dome. You need 10 militants, unauthorized military. So let's go suck the loot, I guess, but I have to go out there, which sucks. It's gonna take forever. This takes forever. I don't like this one. I wish I could just turn it in. This is a delve. It doesn't look like it's a very long one, but maybe it is. There's tons of stuff to do here. I think I want to do this stuff outside because I think it all correlates to some end thing, and if you don't do this, you have to come back. So I'm going to go do it while I'm here. There, it's that one. We got to go to that one. Go to that one.
In the pinned comment below. Thank you to Opera for sponsoring this video. In the early 2010s,
I think he made his points.
Alex Jones had like a truly crazy response to the news of you becoming creative director. He had posted, quote, "The man hired by The Onion to take over InfoWars produced pro-pedophile / child torture and murder shows for Adult Swim in conjunction with Will Ferrell, who took part in satanic rituals with spirit cooking high priestess Marina Abramovic." What did you think when you saw those responses?
It was Christmas morning. It was incredible.
It was a joy.
It was a total joy.
I'm Katie Drummond, Wired's global editorial director, and today I'm sitting down with comedian Tim Heidecker, who has a new job. He is the creative director of InfoWars, formerly owned, of course, by far-right conspiracy theorist Alex Jones. Tim and I are going to talk about his plans for InfoWars, his views on the changing landscape of media, and the role of comedy and satire in politics today. Welcome, Tim.
Thanks for not calling me Eric.
Oh my God, I can't even imagine. Has that happened before?
Yeah, and even with close friends.
And I have to start by asking, what goes into that uncanny parody of Alex Jones? How did you try to capture his id, if you will?
I guess I just can do it. I don't know. I don't think about it. I've been doing it for like 10 years or more. He was at the first Republican convention in Cleveland. Guy I do a lot of work with, Vic Berger.
Oh, I love Vic Berger.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
We went to the convention, and at the time there was this chat, what's it called, Snapchat, which I guess it still exists.
Yeah.
I never really got.
I missed that.
Yeah.
I missed that boat. I don't understand it.
But for a minute there, it did really good face swapping. But you can do that real-time face swapping. So I was doing it with Alex Jones, and he was there, and so I just started doing it, and I could do it. I don't know why. I guess the key into it is to not stop talking and to keep going and filibuster as much as you can with not really any information.
In the 10 years that you have been parodying him from time to time, and I think now more frequently, have you learned anything about the guy? Like, do you have a better understanding of his whole deal?
Do I? No. I think he's a great entertainer, a great broadcasting talent there.
Yeah.
That's been corrupted or abused, or he's taken it into a very dark place where he's, essentially it's a pills delivery system. That's the business. That's
right. They sell supplements.
They sell supplements, and I think that's the bread and butter. That's what they're there to do, and to keep people afraid. If there's anything that might prevent you from becoming part of the many casualties of the globalists, is to be stocked up with iodine and various silver components and things. So it's a big circus, a big P.T. Barnum-y kind of a blustery thing.
So I want to ask you about sort of your career a little bit. You've been pioneering, I would say, like a certain brand of satire for a very long time. Started with the Tim and Eric Awesome Show. it's been described as absurdist, surreal, maybe cringe, but I wouldn't describe it as overtly political.
No.
That, though, has changed for you.
Yeah.
How would you describe your sort of personal brand of comedy as having evolved in the last, what year is it, 2026? 20, 25 years?
I think in a sense it was, it had a point of view that had a set of values attached to it. I think that looked at consumer culture mostly, capitalism, and found some sort of nihilistic, cynical look at our modern world, which I think is a political point of view. We didn't get into current events and didn't mess with the news necessarily, but so I've always been that way. Most of the people I work with come from having a very progressive politics about them. A bunch of artists and weirdos and musicians and comedians. At the time, I mean, obviously comedy's gone in a very strange direction recently, but I guess I would say the first 5 or 6 years of Tim and Eric was very much about Tim and Eric, not Tim Heidecker or Eric Wareheim. It was about this, like you say, a brand, a comedy duo that really didn't involve our own personal lives in any way. Very much in character. That got a little tiring for me, or it got a little restrictive. So I think, honestly, back to the good old days of Twitter, I think Twitter, if the youngins can comprehend this, used to be kind of a fun place.
Oh, it was the most
it was
fun
a
place.
great.
Well, maybe not the most, but it was a fun place.
It was a really funny and fun place, and I also found it was a way that I could talk about what was going on in the world very quickly. I can react to things, and then there was just stuff happening in politics that felt very Tim and Eric-y, or it felt very much like my kind of humor.
They gave me 10,000 gold.
Herman Cain ran for president. Gold. He was the CEO of Godfather Pizza.
Sorry, what year was this?
This was 2012, I think.
Okay.
I think it was when Mitt Romney was running against Obama.
Okay.
And he put out this campaign commercial that was kind of almost like a social media style, very, very low budget kind of thing. But it was this campaign manager, and some you guys can find it, but it's him at the end of the commercial, and he's like standing, like looking cool, and he has a cigarette.
No.
Yeah.
In 2012.
Yeah, not Herman Cain, but his campaign manager was doing the commercial. No one knew who he was.
His campaign manager?
He was just like this creepy dude, and like he was a cool guy.
Yeah.
And that was the funniest thing I had ever seen.
That's really weird.
And it was, it was like we had kind of gone through Sarah Palin a little bit.
Yeah.
And even Donald Trump at the time had done his first foray, and he was really crazy on Twitter, saying insane things about Obama, and there was just a lot there that felt mockable, and I eventually made a whole record about Herman Cain, a whole record about, like, as if from the perspective of like a lunatic who was a big supporter of his, and I put it out called Cainthology, and so that was probably like my first overt like political comedy thing.
But fast forward to now, I, among many, would say that real life has eclipsed comedy in the Trump era, right? Like, we are talking before Donald Trump hosts a UFC fight outside the White House in an arena that he had built.
Yeah.
Like,
that he might not take down.
It's right. Who can say really?
He might not take down.
That would be extremely funny if it weren't
then
actually
he might not
happening.
take down.
Yeah. I think it can be both things, by the way.
But how do you think about that? How is sort of like the surreality of everyday life and Donald Trump and politics, how does that affect the work that you do?
I think it can be depressing and anxiety-inducing, and then also very funny at the same time. I think I love dark comedy. I love the darkest of comedy, and I think the best comedy reveals pain that we all experience and fears that we all experience. So at the moment, when people say, how can you satirize this stuff anymore? It's too crazy.
To me, it's not even like, it's not like, how could you possibly do that? It's like, how do you do it? Because it is so bleak and it's so outrageous.
Yeah, I think even if you did something where we would, on office hours, say, just talk about the UFC thing and talk about how crazy it is, and don't try to top it. That there's an audience of people out there who are feeling that same thing and want to know that they're not alone and they're not crazy. At the moment, I think it feels my best answer for that is that just acknowledging the insanity right now is enough to make people feel like there's a community of sanity maybe out there.
Yeah.
That's kind of what satire does, as I think about it, is like it acknowledges a problem, or it acknowledges something that's crazy and or wrong. It says, I see this, and somebody just out there trying to, teach kids at school or something, or some nurse out there, somebody is just like, oh, thank God, I thought it was just me,
I thought I was the only one who thought a UFC fight outside the White House was a crazy thing to be doing.
Yeah.
Speaking of crazy, I mean, when I think about insanity and craziness, like Alex Jones had like a truly crazy response to the news of you becoming creative director. It was very funny. He posted on X a 30-minute video about you and your previous work. 30 minutes.
Wow.
He also posted, quote, "The man hired by The Onion to take over InfoWars produced pro-pedophile / child torture and murder shows for Adult Swim in conjunction with Will Ferrell, who took part in satanic rituals with spirit cooking high priestess Marina Abramovich." What did you think when you saw those responses? And genuine
Christmas
question.
morning, it was incredible.
It was a joy.
It was a total joy, because I've been in this swimming in these QAnon, 4chan, right-wing waters for a long time, and I think when it was quite new and scary in 2016, 2015, when it was you had the Pepe the Frog and the memes of people being put in gas chambers and stuff. I'd never experienced anything like that before. That was like, oh my God.
Did you ever worry about your safety?
Sure. Yeah. At that time, there was a few incidents that was like, ooh, maybe we should get something.
Did you?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, nothing. I'm not living behind a wall or anything, but
But I remember that time, and
take some precautions.
Sort of journalistically, that was. I mean, it's still a scary time journalistically, and we have reporters who cover the waters that you swim in.
Yeah.
And it can be very scary. I mean, I looked at the responses to Alex Jones's post on X about you, and it was all people just being like, "Fuck you, Alex Jones."
Well, that's what was really the funniest thing was even I think a lot of his supporters were like, Alex, this was a comedy show.
Yeah.
Like, this is kind of embarrassing for you. But I had known like the child clowns thing. Like, there were like 3 or 4 of our sketches that you could kind of read into in a find the worst bad faith possible way of interpreting. But when we're back there writing this child clown sketch, it's like, it's pure absurdity. Like, there's no such thing as a child clown. It doesn't exist. Except when I was 8 and it was Halloween and we only had 3 costumes to choose from. And you look at it now and you go, yeah, I guess, I could see you taking this the wrong way. But at the time, we were just making each other laugh, So I'm not here to defend it. It was very...
I need to watch Tim and Eric, but it's like I've never been able to watch Tim and Eric. I've never downloaded it. Ooh, heavy armor to 22, that's good. I don't like this 7 key, but I don't know what else to do. Ugh, named items or whatever. That's not too good. Oh, he one-shot me somehow. How was that right? Okay. It's not too good. Fuck. Werewolf Corpse Devourer.
Very funny to see him get riled up about that stuff, for sure.
But maybe interesting, too, to see how his influence has waned, or...
Yeah.
I was surprised to see that it didn't generate the kind of response that I thought maybe it would.
Yeah, it was a little like, I described it as kind of the last gasps of a dying whale.
It had beach whaling.
Yeah, beach whaling. And also visually, a little beach whale.
There's some beach whale.
Almost wish we had gotten to this early, sooner. I mean, for sure wish we had gotten to this sooner, but he does feel like, I mean, that whole movement is so fractured. He's at war with Trump every other day.
Yeah, they all hate each other.
There's certain things he kind of gets close to being right about, or he kind of, like he's on our side right now, apparently, with the war in Iran, and thinks that's a bad idea. So, he's shifting and changing, probably for cynical reasons or whatever, trying to grab the flow, wherever the culture is going on that side.
Well, he's got to sell some pills.
Yeah, it's all about that. At the heart of it, though, is still this feeling of very uncomedic ideas like retribution and justice and consequences for your actions. And the heart of this are those ideas that I didn't necessarily expect to be in the middle of, but after learning more about the families and what they've been through and everything, it felt like a pretty noble activity to be a part of.
Well, let me turn to that then in earnest. I mean, how did you get involved in all of this in the first place? Take us back to before you became creative director of the new InfoWars.
Yeah.
How did that even become a glimmer of a possibility?
I remember, as you said in your intro, that they made an attempt to buy it.
Yeah.
I saw that in the news. I kind of cold called them on it.
The Onion.
The Onion, yeah. But Ben Collins, who is the CEO, and
love Ben.
Great guy. I didn't know him at the time, but he was very active on Blue Sky, which I had.
He is a
big Blue Sky
strong
guy.
posting energy.
And so I reached out. I think actually just through my agent to keep it kind of professional. But I just said, hey, if you need any, I'd love to talk to you about it. I wasn't sure what they were planning on doing. I think my idea was really just to get our hands on his master tapes, like on the hard drives, and just like play with, just do something fun with those. That might have been my first.
And
idea.
does the archive come with the deal?
Yes. Yeah,
oh wow.
So,
okay.
Yeah. So that happened, and then nothing happened. I didn't hear anything. I think their deal fell apart.
You understand? They kind of they're making fun of him in a really strong way. They mentioned all his life's work in a single sentence and just moved on. Like it wasn't even important. She was like, "Oh, do the masters belong to the Onion now?" And he's like, "Yes, they do." And what they're mentioning is every recording that fucking Alice Jones ever did with InfoWars is now. I mean, that's what this. It's not a surprise. That's what we all assumed it was. But it's kind of funny, like that his entire life's work went to the Onion. And the Onion just immediately gave it to Tim Heidecker.
Okay.
And then I just
love Tim
I didn't know
Heidecker.
anything.
I want to make
just
fun
went
of
back
these
to my-
people. I really want to make fun of fucking shithead right wingers, just like Tim Heidecker. I do. I really can't stand these people. It's easier to stay in wolf form now. I like the progression of this. The melee is boring, but I mean, it doesn't bother me very much though. I like the melee in New World a lot more. I was thinking about going back to New World and just go back there. Fuck, I have to go through here again. I don't want to go through here again. Daedroth, what? I don't want to fight that. Yeah, I have to fight him again. Yes, and I went the wrong way this time. I died here, I guess. I'm still out. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Okay, so what else now? That was it? Oh no, was that totally it? No, I don't think so. Oh, do I have to fight him again? No, I think it's just right over here. I think? Disrupt the Clanfear Feast. Above. Okay. Okay, so I beat this place. Oh, I see. I go up further, do I? Oh, I see. Okay, it just keeps on going. Oh.
My life, and did my normal things. And then they reached out to me, emailed me and asked me if I could get on the phone, and then it started with that. It started with a big question of what would you do if you had
of a dying whale.
Control of InfoWars.
You know,
and from there we kind of just kept talking for a long time.
And what did you tell them? And how has that evolved?
The two things I said were, obviously you're a satirical institution, and the joke of buying InfoWars should last a period of time. It should be mean and cutting and hopefully land some blows and make him look like a fool. But that can't go on for very long. That's going to get pretty old. What else is there to say? He's a buffoon, and he sells pills.
Dying whale, etc.
And that joke, you're just going to do a variation on that joke for 3 months.
Yeah.
It'll be like, I'm not watching that anymore. So I also said at the same time, The Onion, and I think they said this to me, and I kind of felt it, was they're very, The Onion is trying to grow, as every company tries to grow. Their comedy is very restrictive. Their tone, their sensibility is a perfect, beautiful thing.
Mm-hmm. It is. It really is.
And but you can't bring in other voices. It can't make other shows that don't feel like The Onion. So they're kind of limited in that. And then, if they had another property, if they had another brand, and wanted to grow the overall company, the parent company, Global Tetrahedron, they could use this. This could be the vessel for that. And they would bring in somebody like me who's not of The Onion, but is Onion adjacent, similar sensibility to build like a comedy streaming platform.
Have you talked to any of the Sandy Hook families? I mean, are you that sort of in the
Yes.
Yeah.
Once on a Zoom. Very powerful, but also very positive experience. They're all in, very excited. One of the families was like, I can't watch your video. We had put out one of my videos of me doing Alex Jones. I can't watch it with my wife because she gets mad when she hears your voice because she thinks it's him. And so they were laughing about it. They thought it was funny. They're like, go harder, do it,
Go harder.
Be as mean as you want, or I don't want to put words in their mouth, but pay for what he did to them. And so all accounts I get, they're them and their lawyer and all those people are just like, thrilled about all of this.
Stupid ass right wing.
As much as you can be thrilled about something like that.
Well, and I guess I'm curious for you, there's, becoming the creative director of InfoWars, there's the obvious comedic appeal of that, right? And the ability to build something, which I want to talk more about. There's obviously an added layer here, right? And it's a really painful one.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think about the importance of this move for you, or like getting it right, or doing right by those families? What added complexity does that create for you when you're trying to build something?
It's a frustrating process on lots of different levels. Certainly going through the legal process with the Texas courts has been an up and down battle and struggle. Just starting anything, whether it's a laundromat or a comedy streaming network, is slow and painful at times, and you're in the dark, and so all those things are part of what's happening here. Plus, I'm trying to do like 9 other things in my career.
Yeah, this is, just to be clear, this is not your full-time job.
No,
yeah.
That grounds the whole thing a little bit when you can go back to why you're doing it. And one of the reasons we're doing it is the legacy of that incident and the way he corrupted it and abused his voice to really add salt to the very terrible wounds that were already there. So it is, I think it's helpful to empower us to keep working on it.
Now, legally speaking, and you are not a lawyer unless I missed something.
That's
but
one of the things I'm in law school as well.
Obviously, so, I figured, yeah. But the deal is not actually done. Can you update us on where it stands now?
I can try.
Give us your best.
My best attempt at this is there's a receiver, and I don't even know what a receiver is, frankly. It's a person, it's a man.
With that title.
With that title. It's like a notary public, somebody who has been given all these assets. And because Alex had to. And we had an agreement with that person to then lease all that stuff from them.
Right, on like a month-to-month basis.
Yeah.
Okay.
That would give us access essentially to what we really care about is the DNS server. This is very wired.
Yes, the DNS server, if you're listening.
Basically your GoDaddy password or whatever. Okay. You know what I mean? Like your namecheap.com.
Let's call it DNS server.
Yeah, fair enough. Whatever. We don't love GoDaddy. I'm sure Alex is using GoDaddy.
Probably.
Yeah. That's really the core of it. I mean, there's gear and there's hard drives and I think the supplements are outside of that purview. But anyways, they swooped in at the last minute about a month ago and got a stay through the Texas Court of Appeals, which says nobody can do anything at this until we rule on it. Every other court in Texas has come back to the Court of Appeals and said, stop it. Let them do what they want to do. You're interfering, or something to that effect. Nobody truly owns this at the moment. It's like in this limbo. Even the receiver, I think, isn't allowed to do anything. It's like cast in amber, which is a beautiful metaphor.
It is the GoDaddy password.
Yeah. But we are proceeding as if we have it. We don't care. No one's going to do anything about it. We are Infowars. That is who we are.
You are wearing his skin.
Yeah, we are. I'm walking in his skin up and down Lower Manhattan today. That will eventually resolve. We will get it. The timeline is the court moves slowly. We all know the expression. We're just plowing ahead.
Where do you think your audience for this is? Are they going to Infowars.com, or are they watching clips on TikTok?
Instagram and YouTube. I mean, YouTube is a big...
So you plan to be everywhere?
Yeah, we're just going to be everywhere. For a while, I really want to push for its own streaming app. I mean, I have my on Cinema, which is the love of my life. 5 years ago we started the High Network, which is now an app. It was a website. It is a website, but now it's a streaming app. It's a subscription site. You go in there and we're still working on some bugs and everything, but it's essentially a Netflix experience for this world of comedy.
There are so many ways to watch things.
There's so many ways to watch things. The problem with YouTube and Instagram, first of all, they're run by the very worst people.
They are.
We're giving them free content by the truckloads.
And they're giving you very little, if anything. I speak from professional experience.
Yes. Yeah. And you'd never know when they're just going to say, well, we're not doing this kind of stuff anymore, or you can't use this word, or they're very Byzantine and confusing. And the more independent you can get things and still connect to an audience out there, that's where every creator should be thinking that in some way.
So you've talked about sort of a few months of the Alex Jones bit. You've mentioned in other interviews that you want Infowars eventually to be a place where comedians get their start, where people experiment, where they try different things. Can you talk a little bit more about that vision, sort of a year after you get that GoDaddy password and you're off to the races? What do you want Infowars to look like? What do you want it to be for an audience?
The comedy coming out of Infowars should be reflective of the internet and the moment we're in. Something that feels like this is reflecting how I use the internet. That's probably like the main ethos of the thing, or the main kind of driver, because that's where a lot of, I think, talented, funny people are, how they're expressing themselves. I think the medium of your comedy is becoming important, like what the vessel of the jokes it sits in. It's not just going to be a sketch with people in a living room talking about a crazy boyfriend or something.
Well, I think I'm done.
It'll, like I said,
done.
I keep saying a food influencer, but
it'll be like my 5 to 9 before my 9 to 5.
That I don't know, but
it's a TikTok format.
Okay, well, format based. Yeah. So that's like one way of thinking about it. I think there'll be a sense of curation, the same way Adult Swim was a brand that said, I'm going to watch this show because it's on Adult Swim.
They have curated it, certified it.
Yeah,
they like it. So
it went by my desk and our people that were helping. We thought this was good, and then hopefully, when we figure out the tech side of it, that there will be a place to go, like an app, where you could, and also that there'll be world building in there, and that there'll be characters that might start as just a reference or a mention in somebody's sketch, or a character that comes and then they branch off and have, in sort of the SCTV mode. And for a lot of people who might have gone around town pitching stuff to Adult Swim or Comedy Central, and they say, yeah, we just don't do that anymore. We don't take risks like that anymore. We're just revamping the Man Show or or whatever it is. We're rerunning The Office or something. Those people, I hope we will be able to give some money to, and they could do it. I mean, the best thing about my experience, Eric and I coming up, was we didn't get a lot of notes, and we just got a lot of Mike Lazo, who ran Adult Swim for so many years, just had a good feeling about us and thought we were funny and gave us the opportunity to go off and try stuff and see what worked. And we knew when something didn't work, and you know, we got better.
So you want to be that?
Yeah. That's that. I mean, that person was so impactful for me that I always say this when we talk about it. It's like people are pitching ideas, and it's like I look at this. I'm a terrible reader, terrible comprehension person, and I'm like, I don't know. Like, I like this person. That's why we reached out. Like, let them make something and let's see what it is.
You mentioned at the top of the conversation that comedy, I think you said it was in a weird place right now. What did you mean by that?
Well, mostly like the Rogan right wing, Tony Hinchcliffe, the return to this kind of conservative. I say return because I think there was a fair amount of that happening in the 80s when I was growing up. There was, in general, in culture, there was kind of this conservatism that was in, you know, something like Top Gun, or I want to say Andrew Dice Clay, but you know, I knew he was really doing a character, but I think he did get kind of lost in the character there for a while, and brought out the very worst in a lot of people. There's a lot of intersecting things. There is the rise of the podcast, which has become the in a way, like, I think a lot of the big companies are like, we don't have to spend a lot of money on these things anymore.
Right.
We don't have to spend any money on these things anymore.
We can just stick them in this tiny studio.
Yeah, put a couple
some
mics
cameras in here
and chairs, and that's the new talk show.
Yeah.
And some of it's really good, but it's also kind of like weirdly like, and I'm saying that I was just did another podcast
don't you have a podcast?
And I do have a podcast that I don't think about as a podcast. I think about it as a TV show because it is on YouTube. We've got 5 cameras. We have musical guests. We, you know, do bits. It's
a more ambitious talk show than what most media companies are calling podcasts. Yeah.
And I think it's a way to like skirt unions. It's a way to like not pay people enough money to live. So those guys were in the beginning of that, and so you have not a lot of interesting comedy coming out by like cable networks and the bigger companies. There's stuff that comes out, of course. Tim Robinson,
so good.
He's puts so out. Good. You know, he's got through. He's pushed through. Nathan Fielder's pushed through.
I'm always shocked when I see something that he made that's like on my television.
Yeah,
because it's sort of I can't believe they let him make that show.
Yeah, and so there's room for that, but there's not a lot room for a lot of smaller stuff, I guess, or more experimental stuff. And maybe there never was, but there was certainly a little period of time, I think, in the early 2000s where it really kind of worked for a lot of people.
There's been a lot of hand-wringing about sort of the quote-unquote death of late night, right? Colbert, etc. A lot of controversy. Are you saddened by the death of late night TV, or do you think it is sort of a format whose time has come and needs to be reinvented?
Format whose time has come. It came a while ago. I think I grew up on Letterman.
I didn't grow up on fucking late night. I hate late night.
And early.
It's a fucking medium I can't appreciate, and I've seen so much of it, and I fucking hate it. My mother subjects me to a lot of it. I don't complain because I know that I'm going to learn something while I watch it. But it's just like, you know, but it's also really not my it's not my thing. I'm going to go touch pussy. I'll be right back. I'm just going to go out of my way. Touch kitty. Yeah, I'm going to touch you. I'm going to touch you, rub you. Touches and rubs. I just like touch the kitty. Let's open the window for you, Mom. Isn't that cool? Shove you down a little bit. Closer. Yeah, worry. Yeah, it's nice to have some fresh air. Yeah. obtain the foreman's key, but I don't see it. What are you talking about here? You say it's... So... I don't see what he's talking about.
Conan O'Brien, loved those shows. There was especially with Letterman, there was a sense of experimentation and trying things and it feeling like these are just some weirdos who accidentally got a TV studio and they're it's being broadcast on NBC to the whole world, you know?
Yeah.
And it was really exciting and funny. There's none of that right now anywhere on any of those shows that I've seen. You know, it's a dinosaur. It's locked in. It's got to be super expensive to make those shows, and I don't understand why they exist. You know, that everybody can go on.
That's how I feel
podcasts, and you want to talk to, name a celebrity that I don't give a shit about.
Name a celebrity.
Josh O'Connor.
I was about to say Josh Brolin for some reason.
Okay, Josh Brolin.
Sure, I want to interview Josh Brolin.
Nobody gives a shit about what he did this summer, you know? Maybe, and I don't.
I don't either.
And because also, Josh Brolin probably just told you that on his own TikTok.
Right.
Right? So, like
he took you on his vacation.
We don't have any, we have total accessibility to these people. Now, when James Stewart went on Johnny Carson, it was like climbing up to the top of the mountain and get like a glimpse of some kind of demigod for 10 minutes at night, who was like almost like getting to see like George Washington in the flesh, you know, when you're just like, and you had 3 things to watch, but
we've all seen a lot of Josh Brolin.
Yeah. I'm the biggest Beatles fan in the world, but like, I didn't watch the interview with Paul McCartney on, it's just like neither did I. And like our big musical guest is Paul McCartney, and he just did Saturday Night Live the night before, and you're just like, all right, there he is doing the song again. Good for you. Sounds good. I don't know what it is. I don't know who it's for.
That's just him. I want to ask you. I want to know, what is your general mood about comedy?
Lousy.
You're having a tough day. But what makes I actually just realized you said before we started this that you walked all the way here from Times Square. If you're listening, that's like, I don't know, 2.5 miles, 3.5 miles. Yeah. It's 94 degrees in New York today.
I know.
No wonder you're in a bad mood, man.
No, I'm in a great mood. But you got me talking about late night talk shows.
Sorry, but I was going to ask, what makes you hopeful? Where is the exciting new comedy right now? Who are you following? Like, who do you see and you think, this is exciting. I have hope for where this is all going.
Good question.
Thank you.
There's a kid, Jay Weingarten, that I love, who, he's not really a kid, he's a man, but he taps into this sensibility of like the TikTok, Instagram voice. That voice that like is on all the, I went to a hamburger place and by the time I got back, I couldn't believe how much of that sort of droning thing.
Yeah.
Really good at that. I mean, obviously, I think Connor O'Malley is at the top of doing the best stuff right now on the internet.
Are you hopeful?
Sure, yeah. I mean, I think with this, we're hopefully opening a door for people. Edie Mordecai is terrific. When names come to me, I'm just going to say them.
Start screaming them. Yeah, it's great.
I'm a snob about comedy, and I think the stuff I make with my friends is the best there is. Sorry.
Me too.
I think
I think he's right.
Really good at it, and it's not very popular, but it's popular enough that I get to do it for my job. So I tend to be a fan of my friends and the work we do. But I think there's other good stuff out there. There's stuff for all kinds of people. So there's shows that I might not think are funny, but people enjoy them, and that's great.
I think you referred to a few of them earlier.
Yeah. And I think that it's always been that way, and there's always been a little tiny strip of stuff that's going to really last a long time, that really feels special and different and groundbreaking or whatever. And then there's going to just be a ton of stuff that's fine. The Munsters. You know,
The Munsters.
The Munsters,
I hadn't thought
or
about the Munsters
the Brady
in a while.
Bunch, or just comedy that people can have on.
Modern Family.
Modern Family, well crafted.
Fine.
Keep it, put it on. It takes me away
Parks
from
and
my
Rec.
worries and my troubles for a half hour. That's always going to be here, and some of that now is just online. It's just like silly stuff online.
This is my last question for you. Speaking of the internet, something we think about at Wired a lot is the World Wide Web.
Mm-hmm.
We also think increasingly about how to get attention on the internet.
Yeah.
How do you do that? How does someone get attention on the internet anymore?
I can't think about that. I really refuse to, because if you try, you lose, I think.
Well, maybe we're trying too hard.
Maybe we're trying too hard. So I can't predict it. We have social media people that they claim to know little tricks and things about when you're supposed to post.
But no,
when
it's
you're
all a
supposed to tag.
fluke. It's all a fluke.
I think
this guy is established. He's made movies and television and stuff, and he's a showrunner, and he knows what he's talking about. And he's like, nope, it's a fluke. It's like trying to hit. It's a hideous bish goddess. You got to take your swing, and sometimes it hits, sometimes it doesn't.
The companies, these Instagrams and TikToks, have become incredibly manipulative in the way it's hard for organic growth to happen anymore. I think you just try to do what you enjoy doing, like what makes you feel good about, and then just throw it into the wind, and hopefully that connects with people enough.
Well, I would love to end with a little game,
All right.
if you will.
Baseball?
No.
What's the game?
No, not baseball,
Okay.
not basketball, not soccer. It's called Control-Alt-Delete. What piece of technology would you love to control? What would you love to alter or change? And what would you delete from the world forever, if you could?
Okay.
These are non-binding answers.
Yeah, of course. I would delete the ability to comment on anything.
Anything. Interesting.
Yeah.
We're kind of getting back into comments at Wired.
Okay.
Nobody talks anymore, you know?
Oh, I get a lot of chatter.
Oh, I bet you.
Yeah.
I bet you do.
I think my big alt was that I think Twitter should have become a World Heritage Site. Man, you're laughing.
Explain how that would work. Explain
I don't know.
your idea.
I think that it should be managed by a nonprofit.
So it's like an
UNESCO.
online museum.
Yeah, well, it's an online forum of that has no profit incentive.
Okay.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Why does that cost anything to run? The servers?
Twitter?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think just maintaining the product.
The UN could do it.
Okay.
Somebody like that.
Okay.
And it's just like, the world has a way to talk to each other. Twitter. That's what it should have been.
Twitter. UN.
Yeah.
Sorry, Elon.
Yeah.
Okay. Good one.
What was that? Alt?
Yeah.
And then Control?
Well, I think you did delete.
Yes.
Comments. Control.
No, I said Alt was.
Oh, alter the ownership of Twitter
Yeah.
to be owned by the UN.
And then here's my
Control.
Here's my hack.
Yeah.
Control,
What do you want to?
I control Twitter and make that happen.
You control the sale of Twitter from
I become the sole owner, and then I give it to
the UN.
world.
You bequeath it.
I bequeath it to the world. Look up World Heritage Sites. This is what it should be. It is a document of human culture of the past 25 years.
I mean, I love that.
Human communication.
I love the concept. As I said, these are non-binding and they don't need to be based in reality.
Yeah.
That one wasn't. But I applaud your entrepreneurship and your creativity.
Thank you.
Tim, thank you so much for being here.
Pleasure talking to you.
You too.
Well,
It was good to hear from him. He's a big hero of mine.
my goodness. I got my tissue in hand. I don't know about all of you. Wow. Hello, everyone, and what a beautiful day, right?
Hells yeah.
Nothing like a project by my husband to bring out the sun. Let me start by thanking Addison for that magnificent introduction and for exemplifying the heart, excellence, and determination that has blossomed right here on the South Side for a very long time. I also want to send some love to everyone who made this day a reality. the construction workers, landscapers, designers, the architects, artists, chefs, our staff, our board members, our donors. Barack and I simply cannot thank you enough for the care and brilliance you poured into every square inch of this campus. I also want to recognize all of the elected officials and distinguished leaders from around the city, the state, the country, and yes, the world. Thank you for being here to celebrate with us, especially to all of my fellow formers, to Joe and Jill, George and Laura, Bill and Hillary. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for your service to our country over so many years. And for your constant friendship and support of our family. We love you guys, truly. Oh, to our daughters, Malia and Sasha, who will always be my babies, even though we're no longer playing hide and seek on the South Lawn with Bo or hosting sleepovers in the solarium. I see a lot of some sleepover girls here. You both have grown into such brilliant and beautiful young women, making your way out there in the world.
Hells yeah. Let's go for the progeny.
For so much joy and spirit and energy.
Peace to the family.
To a life you had no voice in choosing. And for making us proud every step of the way. Love you, babe.
Not all of us are gutter trash like me.
Oh.
You know?
So please indulge me for a moment, because I'm going to take a little time to do something that I know my husband will not do today. And that is to fully sing his praises. Barack, you gotta look at me. You told me all those years ago that you couldn't promise me the world, but you could promise me an interesting life. And of course, you outdid yourself and managed to give me both.
Aww.
I know it hasn't always been easy, but there hasn't been a single second through this experience that standing by your side hasn't left me in awe. 8 years in the crucible, and not once did you melt from the heat. Not once did you let it harden you. Instead, you used it to reveal your truest essence, your stubborn optimism and unflinching courage, your dazzling brilliance and unpretentious decency, your ferocious work ethic, and absolutely unshakable moral fiber. And to do it all as a first, and the higher standard that comes with all that, the claims that a U.S. senator and constitutional law expert wasn't qualified for the job, the lies about your birthright, your faith, your patriotism, the outrage when you stated the biological fact that if you'd had a son, that he too would be black. Yet, you were unflappable at every turn, always focused, always calm, always looking at the long view. How absurd it is to even imagine that you might have buckled under the pressure even once, lashed out in frustration, lost your temper. How absurd it is to imagine that you might have done anything but make our family and this entire country proud. No, you were too busy. I'm not done, y'all. Not done. So much to say. You were doing the people's work, rescuing our economy, expanding health care, ending a war, ordering the bin Laden raid, saving an auto industry, winning a peace prize.
We're proud of you, buddy.
Keeping us safe from Ebola, regulating the banks, standing up for marriage equality.
Marriage equality.
Listening to science and comforting an entire nation in the face of unspeakable tragedies. And you did it all with such grace and class and cool that you made the hardest job in the world look like a walk in.
It sounds like a little bit of a braggadocio fest, doesn't it?
In this beautiful park. Your mother, Toot, Gramps, you are a tribute to their love. They are up there grinning and hugging today because you never forgot who you are and where you came from. Single mother, working hard to get by and get an education and show her son the world. Grandparents who didn't have much, but they had the perfect recipe to nurture your flame. You never forgot the folks in the union halls and church basements here in Chicago, where you first put your ideals to this test. You never forgot all the voters you registered and students you taught and neighbors you organized. You never fell for the temptation of a quick fix or an easy payday. You never changed from that idealistic summer associate who showed up on that rainy day when we first met without an umbrella. You always gave us the very best within you. And in doing so, you reminded the rest of us that we could too. Barack, there are no words to express how proud I am of the way you showed up and continue to show up every single day. It has been an honor to be by your side. You have made me a better person and have given us all an example that we should strive to emulate. And I hope you know, there is truly no higher calling than that. All right, to all of you joining us today, our invited guests, and everyone listening and watching from afar.
I like these people, but I still think that they're in league with the deep state, and I'm going to move on. I'm sorry. You know, they're good people, but they're in league.
Bada bing, bada boo.
There's enough seats in the movie theater to fit about 400 people, and almost all these seats are going to be filled by midnight. These seats are first come, first serve. So if somebody doesn't want to sit in the first few rows with their neck bent at an odd angle, staring up at the screen the whole night, then they're going to come earlier to reserve those spots. Now, almost 3 years later, some of the same moviegoers from that night would be asked to come in and point out exactly which chair in which row did you sit at when it all happened. But this auditorium they're in, they're not pointing at real chairs that you can sit in. They're not walking into a movie theater and saying, that's the chair that I sat in. In fact, it's this tiny little miniature model of Theater 9 that they're pointing at. There's tiny little rows of blue chairs that are lined up against each other.
How big is it?
I would say maybe like half the size of a carry-on suitcase.
Oh, wow.
And every the amount of chairs per row is accurate. The amount of steps in the stairs are accurate. It's quite literally a miniature model of a specific movie theater. Many of the same moviegoers, they walk up, they'll point and explain exactly how it all happened. But 12 of the people that were in the theater that night will not be able to tell the courtroom where they were. Because July 20th, 2012, the emergency exit door to Theater 9 would open in the middle of a movie, and a man with bright orange hair wearing tactical gear would walk into the theater. This is the midnight premiere of Batman: The Dark Knight Rises. and he will open fire. We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support the 720 Foundation. Their mission is to honor the lives lost on July 20th, 2012 by being a resource and for advocating for other communities who experience that mental, physical, spiritual, emotional struggle after a mass tragedy. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team, and we would also like to thank our listeners for your continued support. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. Today's case is very heavy. We're going to be discussing a mass tragedy that involves firearms and juveniles. If that's a sensitive topic, prioritize your well-being, try to show yourself some grace, be nice to yourself, and a few other content disclaimers. There are mentions of mental health self-exit, as well as brief but very graphic descriptions of injuries. Again, this case involves mass murder, firearms, so please watch at your discretion. I also want to be clear that any mention of mental health that pertains to the perpetrator does not minimize any criminal intent, does not minimize or excuse their actions. And last but not least, statements and testimonies from publicly available media have been condensed for purposes of time. So with that being said, let's get into it. If anyone were to look closely at the back parking lot of this movie theater, they would see this small white car just parked by itself in the middle of the night. And if you look closely, the car is shaking. But that's the whole point, that it's parked there. Nobody's gonna see it rustling around. The space inside the car is cramped. It's a tiny little white sedan, and there is a full-grown man inside of it, changing out of his clothes and putting on new ones. He's quietly and as quickly as possible putting on a ballistic jacket, a belt with ammunition, 250 plus rounds around his waist, a tactical vest that would hold more than 400 more rounds, a gas mask, a helmet, and he's grabbing 3 different things to carry. 1, a shotgun, 2, a semi-automatic rifle, and 3, a pistol. Now he decides he's ready. But before he slips out of his car to complete what he calls his, quote, mission, he grabs his phone and he calls the University of Colorado Denver's Student Mental Health Emergency Hotline. This is 12:30 in the morning, and he's calling a university student mental health hotline. It's almost like a sick test he's playing. If someone answers, he's not going to do it. If somebody doesn't answer, he's going to do it. He would later say, I called for one last chance to turn back. I didn't hear anything for about 10 seconds, so I hung up. Then he slips in his earbuds to play really loud techno music, rave music. Before both the earbuds are in his ear, he freezes and he sees somebody. He sees a theater employee throwing trash out in the nearby dumpster because this is the back of the movie theater. This man in the car, he's got his hand on his pistol. He's holding his breath in from inside the car. The plan was clean and simple in terms of this guy's mind. Like, this is his thought process. If this guy turns around and he spots him, if the movie theater employee, his eyes go big because he just registered what's going on, he's gonna be shot and killed. There's no way around it. He said he felt calm and collected. He didn't even feel adrenaline in that moment. But the theater employee never turned around, and he went back inside. The man in the car continued pushing in his earbuds, blasting that music at the maximum level so he doesn't have to hear anything, because he would say to him, none of this is personal. Just 3 days later, July 23rd, 2012, the bomb squad arrives at the local University of Colorado's campus. They're swarming the mailroom. They locate this small, inconspicuous package. It doesn't look big enough to carry explosives or anything. And they examine it through the x-ray machine. They wipe it down for contaminants just in case. A member of the bomb squad suits up in a special bomb suit that's supposed to protect him, and he slowly opens up the package and they slip out the contents. Inside of it is like the weirdest combination of things. A notebook, kind of like a diary, and a stack of $20 bills, $400 in total. But here's the weird thing about the $20 bills. All the edges are burnt. Like someone turned open a fire on a stove and just burnt the edges. They flip open the notebook to one of the pages and they read the scribbled writing. It says, targets, random. The cruel twists of fate are unkind to the misfortunate. Method? Bombs? Too regulated and suspicious. Biological warfare? I'm too impatient, requires extensive knowledge, chemicals, and equipment. Serial killer? Serial murder? Too personal, too much evidence, easily caught, few kills. Mass killing? Maximum casualties, easily performed with firearms, though a bit primitive in nature. No fear of consequences, being caught, 99% certain. Venue? Airport or movie theater? Airport, substantial security, too much history with terrorism. Terrorism isn't the message. The message is, there is no message. The movie theater then. Isolated, large. What better place to case than that of an inconspicuous entertainment facility? South side of theater optimal, 15 screens.
Oh, excuse me for just a second. Get a phone call. Hello? Hey. Oh, good. I don't care. 7 works if you want to do 7. Yeah. Yeah, I did some of that the other day. Uh-huh. Do you have a blade? Yeah, like a, no, okay. Long things. Okay, no problem. I'll take a look at it, yeah. No problem. Bye-bye.
The killer that would target the Aurora Theater during The Dark Knight Rises send this package to a university psychiatrist. July 20th, 2012 is a big day, or it was a big day for Warner Bros. It is the premiering night of The Dark Knight Rises, the 3rd installment to their trilogy where Christopher Nolan was Batman. Their second movie, The Dark Knight, broke $1 billion in box office sales, which is in the top 20 highest all-time box office movies. The Century 16 Theater in Aurora, Colorado has multiple showings that night for the premiere. Now, one of the most anticipated sold-out premieres was at 12:05 a.m. Both Theater 8 and Theater 9 are going to be showing the movie at exactly 12:05 a.m.
So I've told my story before about Century 16, but I'll recall it now. We went to the Colorado Boulevard midnight showing of The Dark Knight, all my best friends and the siblings and stuff in our high school. And we all went to see it that night because we were really excited to see it. But I almost booked us all tickets at the fucking Aurora Theater because I thought they were the only ones left with tickets. But then there was some tickets that opened up at Colorado Boulevard, and it's insane. And thank God we weren't there that night. It came so close to it. I almost did buy 7 tickets at the fucking, at the Century 16, because they were the only one that had seats left. But we happened to actually manage to get the tickets we needed at Colorado Boulevard, so we just did it. And we weren't there that night, thank God, but I could have been.
Right next to each other in tandem, just 5 minutes after midnight. Century 16 doesn't sell assigned seats though, so you purchase a ticket for a seat in the theater and that's it. The seats themselves are first come, first serve, which means by 10 p.m., the whole parking lot is just bustling with activity. 2 full hours before the movie even starts, cars are pulling up, the parking lot is packed, the attendants are standing at the Theater 9 down the hall, Theater 8 down the hall, Theater 9 down that way. Everyone's rushing in. They're trying to get the best seat in the house, which...
Yeah, I was there that night. We had to go up a huge flight of stairs, and we had to stand on the stairs for like an hour and a half at like 10:30 at night. We had to get there, and we were there for like until midnight. We had to get there. We got there like an hour and a half earlier, and we stood there on the stairs. It sucked. Like some of the people were able to sit down, but we weren't able to sit down. We just stood. And it sucked. Like by the end of the hour and a half, my legs and calves and thighs hurt so bad. It felt so good to sit down. We were fairly drunk, honestly. I was fairly drunk for that. I believe I drunk drove for that, unfortunately. But yeah. I don't think I drunk drove that day. I don't think I drove that day. Or no, I did. I drove that day. But we got drunk in the car, and yeah, and then we hung out for like an hour afterwards, just talking and smoking cigarettes and stuff. And yeah, by the end of it, I was sober. But we did get drunk in the car, like up there in the fucking thing. We got there at like 9:45 or something. We drank and smoked weed in the car for like 45 minutes before. I remember now, and we got a really good spot up there on the 5th floor. And we were able to hotbox like 2 cars right next to each other and shit. We were passing pipes across the windows. I remember now. And but no, I did not drunk drive that night. I did have the 3-hour, I think it was like 3 hours and 15 minutes it needed to get sober up, but that was the plan, you know. We were like big stoners back then and drunks. I don't know what's changed. Do this thing. I don't know what it is I'm doing here. I'm going to this black arrow, I guess. Yeah, so go to that black arrow, and I don't know where it is I'm supposed to go, but yeah.
Sounds miserable, but it wasn't. I don't know, maybe it has to do with the specific people or just the energy of that night or the excitement that it's a midnight premiere showing. Pretty much all the 400 seats in Theater 9 are taken. Nobody...
It was a big deal in Colorado because we all knew it was going to be a big movie, and we knew it was going to be like a great release, and everybody was young back then. So it was like a cultural thing to show up to the movie.
It's going to get spoiled since it's not all over social media. They're going to be one of the first to see this movie. And adding to that, if you're coming to a midnight premiere of a movie, you're a good fan of that franchise. And so everybody has this shared common interest of this movie. It feels like pockets of families and friends coming out, but it does feel like one big community, is what a lot of people said. Because they're all...
Like the week before, I rewatched the Batman the Animated Series and the first Christopher Nolan movie, Batman Beyond or whatever it was, and or Batman Begins, and yeah, that was it was like good, you know. It was a Batman week. We were like, man, Batman's gonna be so good. We knew it was gonna be good. And it was. It was like, you know, really good. Heath Ledger had died. That was another reason we were going to the movie. It was to support Heath Ledger because he had died like 3 weeks before the launch, something like that. Really quite tragic. A lot of death around Batman Dark Knight for whatever reason. I don't know why. Now I'm going to like white arrows all around this place. I guess I'm just gonna draw aggro to whatever the turn-in is. The game's sort of boring. It is a theme park in a lot of ways. It has a sand park feel to it, or like kind of a sand park feel to it, and I like it. But it's not like you know, it's still a little bit too themey, and I don't know. I'm starting to feel like I'm sort of just sucked into it, and I'd rather play something like 76 maybe. Oh, that was yep. Somebody popped my mobile tractor unit. Oh well. Okay, that was one arrow, I guess. I will log here.
Really passionate about the movie. You don't go to a midnight premiere if you're just like, whatever.
Yeah.
There would be one person standing up every 15 minutes screaming, 1 hour left, 45 minutes left. And then people would start cheering because they're so excited for the premiere. There would be people dressed up as Batman. There's one moviegoer by the name of Sully. It was actually his 27th birthday. And he's at the theater with all of his coworkers celebrating his birthday. He is this 6'5". They call him like a huge teddy bear. That's what they said. And there's just a lot going on. It's his 27th birthday. It's 2 days away from his first wedding anniversary with his newlywed wife. He had brought this Batman hat to wear during the premiere. And he saw this little boy who really wanted it. So he gave it to him. That's kind of the energy that night. Even during the Superman trailer, one of the guys in the audience would get up and he's wearing a Superman shirt and he would strike a little Superman pose and everybody's laughing. Everybody's just having fun during the previews until the screen goes completely black. All the lights dim and it's so dark that you can't really see anything but the screen and you know the movie's about to start. The audience naturally gets very quiet. All you can really hear are maybe some straws making that squeaking noise up and down. There's candy wrappers crinkling and people chewing on popcorn, but everybody is being respectful now that it's time for the movie. I mean, this is what most the moviegoers have waited 2 hours for. At 1:27 a.m., a netizen in Denver, Colorado is listening to the police scanner, and he hears the Aurora police say through the radio, because anyone can listen to it, and they say, "Bring as much crime scene tape as you can." The police scanners had been going crazy the whole night. 3:15 and 3:14 for a shooting at Century Theaters. These are actual, what they literally said on the scanners. They're saying somebody is shooting in the auditorium. There's at least one person that's been shot, but they're saying hundreds of people are running around. 2 minutes later, an officer at the scene radios. 453, I have a party shot here. I need rescue. Another person outside shot in the leg, female. We got people running out of the theater. They're shot. Then another officer. Somebody's spraying gas in here too. Another officer. Do we have gas masks available? Any units that can bring gas masks to Theater 9. Again, we need gas masks. Then another officer comes on a little more urgent. Get us some damn gas masks for Theater 9. We can't get in. We need rescue inside auditorium, multiple victims. Then another officer. Do I have permission to start taking some of these victims via car? I got a whole bunch of people shot out here, no rescue. Then a more urgent voice. I've got a child victim. I need rescue at the back door of the Theater 9 now. Eugene was there with his fiancée Kristen and 3 of their friends. The theater was packed when they arrived, but the only available row with 5 seats right next to each other was the second row, right next to the emergency exit door. But that's fine. I mean, their necks are gonna hurt a little, but they're very excited regardless. Eugene just got off a 12-hour shift. He actually dozed off during the previews. That's how tired he was. He says,
I actually fell asleep during Batman 2 for like half an hour. Towards the end, it was a longer movie than I expected, and I didn't realize it was going to be 3 hours long, and I was really drunk. I had been working all day, and then I drank just like him. I drank in the car on the up there in the parking lot building, and all 7 of us were fucking wasted and totally stoned out of our minds, and it was just such a good experience. It was insane. And yeah, and you know, it was just so good. It was amazing. And but I did fall asleep for like half an hour towards the end where they were starting to get that tense thing about the 2 ships. I had to rewatch it again a couple of months later. The 2 ships, you know, that where one has to choose which one which the other one dies or not. That whole part of it, I just fell asleep, honestly. He's like on the pile of money a lot, and there's like, you know, there's stuff going on. And I did sleep through that the first time. I did wake up towards the end when it started to crescendo, but I did fall asleep during the movie, unfortunately.
Movie started, I kind of woke up, but I woke up not to the movie, but more like something felt wrong to me, but nothing was happening yet. I wasn't really sure what it was, and I kind of blew it off. But then he saw this figure. Someone was walking in through the exit door right next to the movie screen. At the very front, literally right next to the movie screen. The whole room is dark, but Eugene can see him a bit clearer since they're in the second row, and he said, I've never seen anyone walk in the exit door. The next thing that worried me the most was seeing the gun strapped.
But it's definitely somebody up to no good, no matter what it is. I mean, people sneak into movies. I've done it. I've gone in the exit door.
To his shoulder.
One of the funny things about the exit door is if unless it's like a bunch of doors in between, which sometimes does happen, but if it's a normal movie theater, you can just have your friend buy a ticket, have them go to the door, pop the exit doors open, and you can just walk in. Like 5 people can just walk in because often it's not a full movie theater. We used to abuse that quite a lot. We used to get like 5 to 6 people in. Have any idea how much money that is? It's like, you know, $150 that you save or something.
You could see the outline of the gun on the screen. Within moments, the figure pulls his arm back like he's about to throw a ball for a dog and throws something into the crowd. As it's flying over the moviegoers, some of them report hearing some sort of hissing noise, and then it explodes into a smoke. Tear gas. Another survivor says, when the hissing object was thrown, I remember there was this brief pause as soon as it hit the area of people, and then this surreal effect happened. It's like a drop of water hitting, and this wave of people just erupted away from where the object had been thrown. I was kind of puzzled at first. Another survivor said she thought it was a stink bomb. Those prank bombs that you throw that honestly should not be real, but mainly the biggest, worst thing that happens, it's a very, very bad odor. Maybe this is some teenager's version of a sick joke during the premiere. But no smell came. Instead, something explodes with this flashing light, almost like a firework. A lot of the survivors said they genuinely thought someone threw a firework inside the theater. But then someone screams out, "Poison!" Another survivor says, almost immediately it filled the entire theater. Your lungs start burning, you feel like your eyes and nose are bleeding, even though they're not. Another survivor said, I remembered feeling my throat was burning and itching. I couldn't breathe through my nose, and I felt like I couldn't breathe at all. So even though I continued to hear the gunfire, I was trying to stand up because I couldn't breathe, and I thought that would help me breathe better. But thankfully, their friend realized that they were trying to stand up, so they climbed on top of them to throw them down under the seats. There is just gunfire raining straight into the crowd. Eugene said, I didn't even know what was going on in that moment. I thought it was a prank. The next thing I know, I see red things coming out of the corner of the theater. Those little red things were little bursts of flame created by gunfire. Eugene slams into the ground, pulling his fiancée Kristen onto the floor. He said, all I was thinking, if anything, I could put myself between her and the bullets. He tells her, don't move, just stay still. Whatever you do, don't move. He starts pushing Kristen under the chairs and wedges himself between her and the shooter. The first shot Eugene takes is straight to the hip. The reflex was to lift his leg up to the pain shooting through his leg, and that's when he sees pieces of flesh fly into the air because his knee was shot. He says, the hip hurt more, the knee was more through and through. I was just kind of freaking out. About a dozen rows behind Eugene were Brent and his best friend Jessica. Brent says, of course, mass panic, chaos, people screaming. We stood up and we started to make our way to the right of our exit row. We got down one seat length and I realized that people weren't moving fast enough. So I pushed us onto the ground. At that point, I started to feel the spray of popcorn and soda just all around. And I noticed Jessica's tone. She went from screaming, call 911, someone call 911, to just screaming. And I looked down and she had been shot in her right leg. I believe it was right above her knee. This is what Brent is saying. As an EMT, I just finished my course, my training, and my first step from there was just to control the bleeding. So I applied pressure to her wound. There was a confused spray of popcorn and soda or whatever was going on. Shots continued ringing out. I noticed at this point Jessica's screaming had stopped. She had sustained a shot to the head, in which case brain matter was exposed. It was at this point I crawled a little closer to Jessica and I prayed over her. I didn't really know what to do. It just felt right. I gave her the best send-off I could, and at that point, my medical technician training kicked right in. He said he got up and he could hear people screaming in the crowd, "Help me, someone help me, somebody please." He told the voice, "Put pressure on it, everybody put pressure on it, help is coming." And it seemed almost right at that moment, personnel in uniform would enter the auditorium. One survivor recalls being on the ground, the lights are off, taking cover, and feeling that her entire face was getting wet. She assumed it was soda that had spilled on the floor. But when the lights finally came on, she saw it was blood. It was somebody else's, it wasn't hers. Another survivor said, "At first I was in the fetal position, laying on my right side with the front of my face facing the screen. Pops were still going off, and so I just tried to cover my face, and then for a moment, the pops stopped. So I got up and I was gonna try and leave, and then all of a sudden I felt my side was soaking wet. It was warm, and I knew that I had been shot. I couldn't see anything, but when I looked down, at the time I was wearing a light gray t-shirt, and I looked down and I could see just blood starting to pour out of my stomach. Then my intestines and my stomach actually fell out. I had to bend down and actually catch my intestines and push them back in."
Are you saying like they got up and they got shot?
Yeah.
Like after they got up?
Yeah. I saw the majority of my calf had also been basically fallen off. It was just hanging on by a piece. Another survivor said they were laying on the floor after getting shot. They were terrified to get up. They looked down and saw their leg, and they said, "I saw a big gaping hole in my calf. It felt like somebody took a rusted railroad nail and was grinding it into my leg.
I don't think I need to hear this part of it.
It almost felt like how fast he could get them to the hospital is life or death. And maybe there's pressure, there's responsibility, there's guilt." He said one couple he had in the car, Ashley and Jameson, this is Veronica's mom, and Jameson is her boyfriend. Jameson still had a daughter that was still in the theater. And the whole time he's driving, he's trying to jump out the car. He's like, "I have to get to my daughter." And Officer Grizzle said, "So now not only have to drive, now I have to grab him by his shirt and hold him from jumping out the car, knowing the entire time I just wanted to tell him she's gone, but I couldn't do it." So we got to the hospital and unloaded the patients. That night, Officer Grizzle was one of the first to arrive at the emergency rooms at these hospitals, and he would hand the first badly wounded patient clear gunshot wounds. He told the hospital staff, "You're going to have a lot more victims coming in. Be prepared." Nothing was going to prepare them for that night. The emergency rooms were so packed and horrifically busy, the custodial staff were called in to assist. It was bad. Katie would be one that was brought into one of the neighboring hospitals. When Katie called her family that night at the hospital, they all thought one thing: "Oh my God, she gave birth," because she's 9 months pregnant. Katie said it was one of the hardest things to do to call.
I wonder if it was that lady I met. I met a lady who was pregnant in Century 16. I wonder if it was that same lady.
Call her parents, call Caleb's parents to tell them, no, I haven't given birth, I'm not going into labor. Caleb's been shot and he's probably dead. But soon after, Katie would go into labor for 40 painful hours without her husband, Caleb. She finally gave birth July 24th, 2012 to a healthy baby boy, Hugo Medley.
No, the lady I met was pregnant when I met her, but she was probably skinny when she was shot.
Above them, Caleb was having his third life-saving brain surgery. The shotgun pellets had gone through his right eye and damaged the right side of his brain. Nobody knew if he was going to make it to see and hold his son. A few hours later, there's another situation in Aurora, Colorado. The police, bomb squad, SWAT teams are evacuating multiple buildings, an apartment building on Paris Street. There's something strange going on. Not only do they have all the residents rushed out at like 2 a.m, but the 5 nearby buildings are also emptied. The 3-block area surrounding the apartment unit, because of one single 1-bedroom unit, everything is being evacuated and blocked off. What is happening? 25 minutes after the killer had left for the theater, loud music starts blasting out of his computer in his apartment unit. It's a timer.
What? What does that mean?
So when the killer leaves his apartment, he presses play on his computer. There's 40 minutes of silence. And then after 40 minutes, just loud techno music at the highest volume is blasting. This would have been around midnight. Caitlin, a 20-year-old college student, lives in the same building, actually lives underneath that unit. And it's so late, she doesn't want to be a noise complainer. She's also a college student. But this is excessive. She goes upstairs, knocks on the door. Nobody's answering, but clearly somebody's home having a blast. She reaches for the door and instinctively she turns it and the door is unlocked. Now, she can walk in and look for this person, ask them to turn down the music, but for whatever reason, perhaps privacy, Caitlin does not even peek inside or open the door. She just turns around, goes back down to her apartment, and almost at exactly 1 a.m. the music stops. Had she walked in, had she tripped one of those wires, the whole place could have blown up. He wanted this as a distraction. He wanted someone to blow up that whole apartment building so all the police, all the ambulances would be at that apartment building and he would have more fatalities in the movie theater.
Wow, no way.
And that was, exactly what he wanted. In fact, he wanted it so much that in the parking lot of the apartment building, he had a boombox, also set on a timer. 40 minutes after he left, playing loud music in the parking lot. Now, if you were to listen to that, hear that, find the boombox, walk over, you would see three things. You would see the boombox, but you'd also see this weird remote control and a toy car next to it. His hope was that someone would think that the toy car is controlled by the remote control. So they'd pick up the remote control and play with the toy car. But it's not connected. That remote control is only connected to the trigger points of the explosives in his apartment. But when you see them together, you would pick it up and think, oh, this is a remote-controlled toy car. And you might want to play with it. That was his hope. Someone would play with it.
Right, but nobody did?
Nobody did. Someone actually did come and see, and they just took the toy car. I think it was a younger person.
Wow.
They did not play with the remote. Now, FBI agents, along with the police, they attach a camera to a 12-foot pole and push it inside the apartment, and the whole place is booby-trapped. One wrong step, one wrong push, one wrong move. I mean, the whole place could have blown. There's several nearly invisible tripwires connected to 1-liter plastic bottles containing unknown substances that are 1,000% explosives. The camera picks up 16 homemade bowling ball-looking objects. They have red and white wires connected to each other, just all sitting in the floor of the living room. There's 11 green soda bottles filled with gasoline and several pickle jars filled with homemade napalm, which is made of melted styrofoam and gasoline. It's very dangerous. It's very explosive. It explodes and it sticks to your skin like syrup. Inside the pickle jars are also bullets. So if the pickle jars were to explode, they would send glass along with bullets, along with burning flaming hot liquid exploding into whoever is standing nearby. There's nearly invisible fishing wire in all different entrances of the home that would trigger the detonation. To further help speed up the explosives, there's white gunpowder.
I never looked into what he did.
Sprinkled around the carpeting of the apartment, as well as 2 propane gas tanks.
How did the police find out about this whole operation?
He just casually told them after his arrest. I think like 1 or 2 residents called 911 to complain about the noise, but obviously there was too much going on in Aurora, Colorado. I don't think any officers let me go there. Now, the whole place was booby-trapped, and he clearly wanted someone to set it off. He left his door unlocked so that someone could easily come in after hearing the loud music. And in the kitchen, the police find, between the refrigerator and the trash can, they find this poster board with a calendar. And July 20th, 2012, the date of the massacre, there is a marking, and it looks like, he calls it his logo, his symbol or whatever. It looks like someone writes the letter 1, or the number 1, and then draws an infinity sign on top of it and then encapsulates it in a circle. Yeah. And that is marked on July 20th, 2012. Now, the strange thing is, the killer actually slept in this apartment while it was wired to explode, with, I guess, no fear. I mean, what kind of person would do any of this? They have the killer in the police interrogation room, and they're able to walk through his courses of actions, the steps that he took. He had parked his car in the back, nearly empty parking lot of the movie theater where the dumpsters were. He walked around to the movie theater entrance, walked in wearing very casual clothes, baggy pants, beanie, tan-colored shirt. On his way in, he even holds the door open for somebody. Nobody noticed anything strange about him because nothing was strange about him. His behavior is incredibly normal. He's not carrying a giant, big, oversized jacket in the middle of summer. He looks like every other moviegoer. His ticket is for Theater 8, but instead he walks into Theater 9. And he sits at the right side, front row, near the emergency exit. When the movie began, about 30 minutes in, he gets up from his seat, pretending to take a phone call. So he's got his phone up to his ear, and a lot of moviegoers said, yeah, I saw that, and I thought, oh, he's leaving because he got a phone call that's important. He walks out the emergency exit that leads into the parking lot where his car is parked, and A lot of moviegoers remember seeing him exiting, but they didn't know that he lodged something in the door so that he could come back in through there. Because exit doors typically automatically lock once they're closed. He gets into his car, he takes painkillers. He said he took the painkillers in case he was injured or shot in the process so that he could keep going through the pain. He changes into tactical gear, gathers all of his weapons, and re-enters the theater. He throws in a canister of tear gas and then opens fire. And now they have the killer. He's in the interrogation room and they're watching him. He's got this sweaty mess of badly dyed red hair. He's slumped across the desk with the detectives. And his shirt is half on. At one point, he's completely shirtless, but for a good portion, he's got his chest and one of his arms out. And the chilling part is he's very calm. That's the first thing you notice. He's so calm. He actually appears bored, trying to find things to keep his hands busy. He's not anxious. It's not like he's fidgeting because he's so filled with anxiety. He just seems incredibly indifferent, like he is waiting for the DMV to call his name. Even when they ask him to spell his last name,
they're all like this too. They all act like this, like it's no big thing.
which I saw people in the comments talking about how the detectives are dumb, and they very well might be. I don't know how they handle all their cases, but in this particular case,
Aurora, yeah, they might be dumb. Yeah. Aurora's dumb. Yeah. I don't have a lot of faith in the Aurora police. They're okay. I hate dropping items in this game, and I hate the inventory.
this is what they're supposed to do to show that he's coherent and sound of mind right after arrest. So they ask him for his name, they ask him for his birthday, they ask him to spell his last name, and he coldly responds like Sherlock. Like he's basically saying, that's how you spell my last name. Yeah.
Could we get your name?
I already gave my name.
Okay, I haven't talked to anybody who has your name. If you could just tell us what your name is.
It's James.
James, okay.
Holmes.
James what?
Holmes.
Holmes? How do you spell that, please?
That's right.
Like Sherlock.
Okay, so Holmes?
Yes.
Okay.
The interrogation is notably only 4 minutes long, because almost immediately after the interrogator reads him his Miranda rights, he asks for an attorney. Which is wild to think that he doesn't want to incriminate himself when he clearly wrote in his diary that now the police have in their possession because it was found in the mailroom, remember? That he mailed it to a university psychiatrist. He was detailing all of his plans. He said that he believed in something called human capital.
How did they find out about this whole mailing thing? That he mailed it?
Oh, he tells them.
So during the interrogation, he does tell them something.
Yeah, but just like very blunt. Like, also, my apartment is like rigged. It's gonna blow. But he doesn't necessarily talk too much about the actual incident inside the theater, the crime inside the theater. Now, inside of it, he writes about human capital. He writes, the concept of worth. How much a person's time is worth, a surgeon's time is worth, more than a janitor's time, right? But life is priceless. You can take away a life and your human capital is limitless. He explains that it's more important for a killer to kill more than just one person because it increases the worth of the person doing the killing in a mathematical way. He's saying like time is money, right? And people have currency, there's money, but there's also human capital. How many lives you take is your human capital. Every life you take, you add to your human capital.
What? Okay.
Yeah, the mathematical formula would be based on number of people killed, your own perceptions of what life is worth, your contribution to society in a meaningful and positive way. He states that he wants to kill because he wants to get out of his depression and increase his human capital. This is the way to do it because, quote, what is the meaning of life? What is the meaning of death? If you destroy all life, then there is no question to be asked. He admits that he hates humanity, but kind of like how one hates broccoli. Not in a fiery, angry, passionate hate. He says, Well, I just don't want to eat broccoli, so I kind of avoid it, be averse to it. Instead of being like angry at broccoli and like chopping it up or something, I think it's just because I'm indifferent. It's indifferent hatred towards mankind. It's more of being averse to mankind, kind of wanting to be alone, solitary. He states that his crime was less to do with his hatred for humanity, and more so he just wanted to get out of his depression by increasing his human capital. I think it's fair to say that I have a lot of regrets in life. Sometimes like saving money and choosing the middle seat on a plane, wearing such long eyelash extensions that looked like daddy long legs back a few years ago, or even just buying that awkward red dress that I hate seeing in my closet every time. I could go on and on about how many decisions that I regret, but if there is one decision that I never regret, that is working with Shopify. Shopify is the global commerce platform that helps you sell at every stage of your business. They are there for you from your launch your online shop stage to your first real life store stage, all the way to did we just hit 1 million orders stage? No matter what stage you're at, Shopify is there to help you grow. Whether you're selling custom-made keychains or friendship bracelets, Shopify helps you sell everywhere. From their all-in-one e-commerce platform to their in-person POS system, wherever and whatever you're selling, Shopify's got you covered. You don't have to sell just your own stuff anymore either. With Shopify Collective, you can curate products to sell from the brands you love, giving your customers more variety and your business more sales. One of the biggest issues we had when we opened up our Shopify store for Grandpa Mingo's merch was figuring out how to market. How do we go the extra step? But Shopify literally made it so easy for us because Shopify removes all the guesswork with built-in tools that help you create, execute, and analyze your own marketing campaigns. Shopify powers 10% of all e-commerce in the US and is the global force behind brands like Allbirds, Rothy's, Brooklinen, and millions of other entrepreneurs of every size across 175 countries. Plus, Shopify's award-winning help is there to support your success every step of the way because businesses that grow with Shopify. Sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/rotten, all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/rotten now to grow your business, no matter what stage you're in. Shopify.com/rotten. When I was in debt, there was a time where I felt like I would lose my friends. They would invite me to hang out with them by grabbing dinner or going to the movies, but I just wasn't able to go to these events because I was spending all the extra money that I had trying to ease my debt, trying to get rid of my debt. I thought as long as my debt went down that it would be okay for me to skip out on hanging out with my friends here and there. Except even though I was putting all my extra money towards my debt, it looked like my balance would never go down. It's why I wish I knew about PDS Debt sooner. PDS Debt strives to understand your specific scenario and can help provide alternative solutions to becoming debt-free. It's really easy to get into credit card debt, and it can feel like you're never going to get out. But PDS has solutions ready for you. If you're struggling with credit cards, personal loans, or even medical bills over $10,000, I recommend turning to PDS. They can help match you with debt solutions tailored to your financial situation and make sure that your debt balance actually is going down. You don't have to worry about whether or not they'll take your credit score because there is no minimum credit score required. PDS Debt accepts bad and fair credit, and everyone with $10,000 or more in eligible debt qualifies. Stop waiting and start saving. Get a free debt analysis right now at pdsdebt.com/rotten. It only takes 30 seconds. That's pdsdebt.com/rotten. pdsdebt.com/rotten. The defendant's attorneys start working on the insanity defense pretty much right off the bat, which means there's not going to be a police interrogation that people can try to better understand his motives. Instead, here's what the public finds out after his arrest. This is what they know of the defendant at the time. The defendant graduated with a bachelor's in neuroscience from the University of California, Riverside. He is now studying as a neuroscience graduate student in a very competitive neuroscience program. They take in at most 6 people per year. He is one of them. Even in the group of 6 really smart students, one of his peers said about him, in class he didn't really take notes, so that was something that made me very jealous because I was always vigorously writing notes down. It seems like he got a lot of the work done in his lab and he seemed very successful. I remember thinking, wow, he's very smart, he's very intelligent. She continues, he's kind of quiet and kept to himself. He did kind of have a quirky sense of humor. We were part of a group of scientists though, so I think that everyone's a bit odd. Maybe he was a little bit more odd than the rest of us, maybe more socially awkward. In his application to his grad school program at the University of Illinois, which he didn't end up going to, he went to the University of Colorado, Denver, he writes, "I've always been fascinated by the complexities of long-lost thoughts seemingly rising out of nowhere in a stream of awareness. These fascinations likely stem from my interest in puzzles and paradoxes as an adolescent and continued through my curiosity in academic research. Researching, learning, and memory interests me because these are the very cognitive processes which enable us to acquire information and retain it. They are at the core of what distinguishes us as people. Due to the seemingly infinite vastness of indefinite knowledge, we must be selective in our pursuits of knowledge. This is why I have chosen to study the primary source of all things, our own minds. My lifelong goal is to increase the efficiency of how human beings learn and remember." Even in the academic world, his peers have described him as being socially reserved to the point of appearing disinterested and socially awkward to be around. Soon after, during the court proceedings and from people coming forward, we learn a little bit more about him. That he did have some weird conversations with his ex-girlfriend prior to the crime. But like a lot of his other friends, they all thought, yeah, it's odd, but also everyone in neuroscience is kind of odd. Like all the scientists are a little bit odd. Perhaps he's trying to be overly philosophical, or maybe he's even a pseudo-intellectual, trying to be edgy and thought-provoking for the sake of being different. That's kind of how his text messages sound. He would be having a regular conversation with his ex about their favorite cuisine types, and he would just state, "I don't know how there can be cannibal tribes." You don't know how there can be cannibal tribes? Wouldn't they just eat each other until nobody is left? Haha, they only eat the weak though, survival of the fittest. Also, they eat people like you. But the defendant responds to his ex-girlfriend, "Weak is relative though. As soon as you eat someone weak, the next weakest is next." And then a few days later, he would text her, "What's up, buttercup?" So again, insinuating it's not that alarming because it seems like he's trying to be this edgy person. Or a few weeks after that, he'd text again, "How's it going? Really, really, really tired. Couldn't sleep much last night. Serial killers keeping you up? Actually, this time, yes. I was asleep for an hour and I had a serial killer dream and I couldn't sleep after that. Well, I won't let them get you." A few weeks after that, he asks his ex over text if he should sleep, play Skyrim, the game, or read. And she responds, "Skyrim, slay those damn dragons. Fuck the future for once. Do what you feel like doing. It's Sunday afternoon." "Well, what I feel like doing is so evil, so I can't do that." "What do you feel like doing?" "Video games are the next best thing through escapism." "Wait, what is so evil that you want to do?" "Kill people, of course. That's why I live in the future." By the ex's response, it's clear that she doesn't really take it seriously, which a lot of people can see why. The tone of most of his messages are always very dark, but in a sarcastic tone. "Kill people, of course," kind of sounds like, duh.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound that serious. His ex responds, "Killing people is too much effort. You'll end up locked up. Most people are not worth what might happen to you because of the act. That's why you kill many people." Even then, at least personally, I'm selfish and I have too much of an idea of self-importance. Most people aren't worth jack shit. Even if you go postal, what's it worth? What do you gain? There's no way to do it and not get caught. But the only way justice can be served is by taking away your time or your life. Why do you care so much about justice? If you wait till the end of your life, then there's nothing to lose. But why would you want to kill? As in, why would you decide this is the end and kill? When you could live more, experience more things, why would those people be worth ending your life? It's the end though, no more experiences. Why? How do you get to decide that it's the end? He doesn't respond. Instead, he asks if she wants to play a game with him, like a real video game. And she just tells him that she's busy, and they end off on a very light note of like, let's catch up soon, that type of conversation. There was another classmate he was slightly interested in, which, side note, the relationship was a bit odd. Apparently, he would want to go hiking with this girl in the neuroscience program, and when they would go hiking, he wouldn't talk to her. He would just text her while walking next to her. Now, July 8th, so 12 days before the crime, he texts her, "The floodgates are open. It's in your best interest to avoid me. I'm bad news bears." Around this time, the defendant starts seeing a university psychiatrist by the name of Dr. Fenton. This is the one who receives the package. And he starts telling the psychiatrist about his breakup with his very first ever serious girlfriend, the ex that was talking about Skyrim, the game, and killing, the one about the dreams of serial killers. They had broken up, and by all accounts, he's taken it pretty hard. He said that he loved her, but they had been drifting apart, which leads him to start making these very bizarre profiles on dating websites, like on adultfinder.com, match.com. He says that he's looking for relationships with women or multiple partners and a prison pen pal. It's just weird. Nobody matches with him. Now, his psychiatrist, Dr. Fenton, is taking notes during their sessions, and she's the director of student mental health services at the University of Colorado's medical campus in Aurora. She's also an assistant professor, and as the director, she sees anywhere between 15 to 20 graduate students per week, and she oversees a team of 4 clinicians and some residents who treat students as well. Dr. Fenton is going to be very important, okay? The defendant was one of her patients, and it seems like he has a case of trichotillomania. It's a hair-pulling disorder that started in high school. Mainly during stressful times, exams, interviews, he would just like pull at his own hair, and that would lead to hair loss. Even if it's not visible, this is a diagnosis that people can get. It's just reoccurring, consistent pulling of one's hair. The patient said that he felt no shame in his hair-pulling disorder. He didn't feel embarrassed by it, which is odd because most people do. They try to hide it. And he said that, I'm not embarrassed, but I would rather not people know because there's no reason for them to know. He does later write in his journal, "First bald spot was in 10th grade on the back of my head. When someone mentioned it, I was going bald. I switched locations. Sideburns late high school, widow's peak early college, under chin and jaw late college, most recently eyebrows and eyelashes." But the sessions weren't really about the hair pulling. They were about his feelings about his breakup and his intrusive thoughts of wanting to kill people. He stated he felt angry towards even his psychiatrist, Dr. Fenton, because she described him as not being a communicative person. He perceived Dr. Fenton as not wanting to communicate with him because she had already accomplished her goal from his perspective. He felt like the only reason she's seeing him is to prescribe drugs. He called her a mind rapist and a pill pusher. He particularly got angry on one occasion when she refused to tell him her philosophical outlook to the meaning of life. And he told her, which his is, there's no right or wrong. Yeah, side note, he has a very nihilistic view of life where he believes that there is no inherent meaning in life. There's no purpose or value. Typically, this means that there's also a rejection of moral absolutes, that there is nothing morally correct or wrong, good or bad, that humans cannot make that call because humans lack objective validity to even begin with. Which, if you look at it super positively, you could say that nihilism means that humans should be free to create their own meanings and values without other people predetermining theirs. But if you look at it super negatively, which a lot of people do, it's just a very depressing, morally gray outlook on life of nothing matters. The defendant told his psychiatrist before the crime that he felt a level 9 out of depression of a scale of 1 through 10. But after he starts putting his little plan for his mission, that went down to a 5. So he starts writing in this journal that he titles Insights into the Mind of Madness, where he had his little logo with the symbol and the circle. He called it the ultraception that represents, quote, an alternative concept or idea. He scribbles it all over the journal, and he writes about the death problem. So he says that he wants to self-exit. That's what he's writing about in his journal. But he's like, well, is there any way for me to live without self-exiting? 1, ignore the problem. If the problem or question doesn't exist, then the solution is irrelevant. Didn't work. Forms of expression tried, including reading, TV, and alcohol. So he's saying, I tried ignoring depression. 2, delay the problem. Live in the moment without concern for answering the problem. Didn't work. 3, pawn the problem. If one cannot answer the question themselves, get someone else to answer it. Didn't work. Everyone else didn't know the solution either. 4, love, hate. Despite knowing death is false and suboptimal response, I can't find a working alternative. If all of life is dead, then the question is, why should life exist? What is the purpose of living? Now, a lot of people have tried to make out the defendant to be this genius madman.
It's a terrible fight. Fucking terrible. Why did you design this? Stupid piece of shit developer. You're fucking Dark Souls bosses. You're not From Software, piece of shit. Stop trying. Try again.
Because he's a neuroscience PhD student, right? And I mean, generally speaking, it is a very impressive accomplishment. He does have a relatively high IQ of like almost 130, I believe, but nothing about what he writes is that of a tortured genius, which that we cannot understand. This just sounds like every other depressed person that I know, but with one caveat. He seems to be depressed and he wants to take it out on humanity.
Yeah.
He writes, the obsession to kill since I was a kid, with age has become more and more realistic. First obsession on set started more than 10 years ago. So anyways, that's my mind. It's broken. I tried to fix my mind, I made it my sole conviction, but using something that's broken to fix itself proved insurmountable. Neurosciences seemed like the way to go, but it didn't pan out. In order to rehabilitate the broken mind, my soul must be eviscerated. I could not sacrifice my soul to have a normal mind. Despite my biological shortcomings, I fought and fought. There's one more battle to fight with life, to face death, embrace a long-standing hatred of mankind, and overcome all fear certain death. I mean, there's such a strong narcissistic trait in his notebook, the way that he writes, just everything. He also writes, nothing is easily recognized, but can it be understood? As soon as nothing is described, nothing contains features of something. Even the very symbolic encapsulation of the word nothing is a description many people view it as black or darkness, but these are things in and of themselves. Nothing. Everything suffers the paradoxical quandaries as nothing.
What? What is he talking about?
I think he is trying really hard to have a very unique life experience and believe that he is so far above humanity that he has these crazy thoughts that transcend regular people's thoughts and emotions. Some netizens have stated, this guy is not smart, okay? He's just a pseudo-intellectual. The next page, he writes about being insecure about his private parts that were on the smaller side when he was a teenager. And then he writes, the weak are most likely to perish in trying times. Likewise, the strong are most likely to overcome. Why do the average and strong support the weak? This is easily answered. In trying times, the weak will fall. They act as a buffer. Furthermore, when the weak die, the average and strong become weaker. So he's saying the only reason that people protect the weak is not because we have hearts and morals. It's because they are the buffer from other people getting weaker.
Yeah, they're saying they're the buffer from their necks.
Yeah. It's, again, a very bizarre, grim outlook that is, again, reminiscent of pseudo-intellectual talks. He writes, the mind is a prison of uncertainty. Trillions of cells guard it for eternity. Oh, where art thou, master key? Destroy the mind and be free. He would later say that he hates sheeple, people who behave like sheep, letting themselves be mindlessly controlled by others. And when he decides it's time to carry out his mission, he ends up packaging up all of his little notebooks and these burnt $20 bills and mailing it to Dr. Fenton. He knew that she wouldn't get it before the crime, so it's not like she can prevent the crime. When he's asked later, why would you send this? He just said, because she had been my primary psychiatrist. She said she would be available. One of the last entries in the notebook reads, cinema near me, isolated and large. Reason. The reason why life should exist is as arbitrary as the reason why it shouldn't. Life shouldn't exist. There have been conversations about Dr. Fenton's role in this. Not saying that she's responsible, but in the sense of a lot of netizens felt like she did not do enough. Because he straight up told her he had thoughts of killing people, and she did not put him in a psychiatric hold. She did not commit him. He also told her about having weird shadows he saw flickering around, very reminiscent of hallucinations. Now, the other argument here is that technically she didn't have enough information to get him committed, is what she argues. I don't really know how it works. I'm sure it's a gray line. I'm sure it's not that cut and dry. I do think the things he's saying in therapy, I mean, I don't know the laws that psychiatrists abide by, but it's really alarming. Just truly so alarming. Because I don't know what more you would need to commit someone. Like, do you need them to write down and sign a sheet of paper saying that, yeah, this is my plan, contractually I'm gonna do it? I don't know. So he mentioned having these thoughts, but nothing concrete. The defendant would say himself that he didn't want to tell Dr. Fenton about his exact plans because he knew that if he said anything concrete, he'd be committed. So maybe he was trying to walk this very fine line that I'm not that familiar with.
So he didn't say anything concrete, but he is opening up about all the plan he had?
No, so basically he would say, I want to kill people. Which I thought is enough to get someone committed, and a lot of netizens feel like that's enough too, because some netizens are saying, I was committed for way less. Like, that's crazy, right? He would say, I want to kill people, but then when asked who, he'd be like, he wouldn't answer. So she's arguing you need to have a concrete plan and a specific target.
Got it.
But I don't know. It's so, it's a lot. So he did talk about killing people and having that come across his mind 4 to 5 times a day. He said he didn't want to talk to her about those things. He straight up told her, I don't want to tell you more, basically, because you would, quote, lock me up. Yeah.
Got him. Finally. Oops. And this whole place is littered with loot that I can't even really carry. It's fucking dumb.
I think the part that a lot of netizens are upset about is the fact that during these interviews, apparently Dr. Fenton would ask the patient who exactly he wanted to kill, and he would again tell her again and again, I can't tell you because you would, quote, lock me up in a psychiatric hospital. So it's not that he doesn't have a plan, it's that he literally told her, I'm not going to tell you my plan. I'm not even going to tell you if I have a plan. Dr. Fenton writes that her sessions with the patient became medication management sessions because he was unwilling to open up verbally with her. She prescribed him antidepressants, very commonly known as Zoloft.
This guy needed a kitty. He needed a kitty in his life that just helps ground him. I always kept cats, Pets help, Sure, you can have that rage towards humanity. I think everybody sort of does, but you need some creative outlet to get it out. Not this stupid shit.
It's an SSRI to ease his anxiety and obsessive thoughts. That becomes a whole other thing later because Zoloft is actually known to have symptoms of, some people have reported that they had homicidal thoughts getting on Zoloft, especially in the beginning when you're in the adjustment changes.
Wow.
Some people also said it made their hallucinations worse. So it's not an antipsychotic, it's an antidepressant. So people are saying, is that malpractice? Because why, if she knew his symptoms and she knew what he was saying, again, this is not me accusing her of anything, but just what has been talked about by netizens and a lot of community members. Now, she claims that she believed the homicidal thoughts were more so obsessive thoughts rather than real plans, that they were abstract and not concrete. March 19th, 4 months before the crime, a clinician under Dr. Fenton's team emails Dr. Fenton. I saw a student late Friday who I hope you would be able to see, and soon if possible. He is the most anxious guy I have seen and has symptoms of OCD, but most concerning is he has thoughts of killing people, though I do not think he is dangerous. He said he did not want to tell me everything he is experiencing as I might have to report it. The reason I think it might be best for you to see him as I think it might be best to keep him in our system. What do you think? Then another email. His name is, and he may email you because he has trouble talking on the phone. He said it's very hard to come in. Problems concentrating, anxiety around people, and public speaking. He says he wants to kill other people. It's very hard to interview him as he would just stare and take a long time to answer. Oh, side note, and the reason that I'm redacting his name is not because I think he deserves privacy, but because he did have a sense of he wanted to gain notoriety out of this. Now, it appears March 2012 is the first documented time that the patient verbalized to the psychiatrist his thoughts of wanting to kill people. The part that people have a problem with is in both the emails, they literally state that he wants to kill people and they don't really do anything, they don't commit him. April 17th, 2012, 94 days, about 3 months before the crime, Dr. Fenton writes in her notes, following termination of friendship with girlfriend, increased obsessive thoughts, won't give any details, won't answer regarding plans, homicidal ideation, no self-exit ideation, angry that I won't tell him my philosophical ideas of the purpose of life. Patient will angrily say, I told you all of mine, are you just a pill pusher? Psychotic level of thinking, guarded, paranoid, hostile thoughts he won't elaborate on, very tentative therapeutic relationship, is taking some meds but reluctantly, is coming in for appointments, seems to be functioning at work. Safety, no evidence of imminent threat. I'm worried about homicidal ideation more than self-exit ideation in this patient, though he is very guarded and doesn't reveal much. Then June 11th, 2012, about a month before the crime, another session concludes, and Dr. Fenton's notes read, "After I asked how his comp exam went, he reports he failed it. Test was last Thursday. He found out Saturday. As usual."
I've never seen it rain in this game before. It looks fucking sweet. Are they happy with me? I think they are. They're like firing off fireworks and stuff. Yeah, there's like a celebration going on. Ding dong, the bitch is dead. Good old bitch, the big old bitch. Ding dong, the wicked Trump is dead. Ding dong, the Trump is dead. Bitch old bitch, the bitch old bitch. Wait, ding dong, the bitch king shitter bitch is dead. Ding dong, Trump is dead. Do 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 do. Ding dong, Trump is dead. Do 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 do. That's not looking too good. Why is there a UFO? Well, so what now? Oh, no, I guess it was something.
Idolater Saul, once a titan in both stature and cruelty, ended up as little more than a puddle of goo beneath the Vault Hunter's boot. Rush and the Outbounders had fought back against the Order, and won. Though some of their ranks would never see their dream of reaching the stars, the hope remained. And thanks to some unlikely alliances, it now burned brighter than ever. A single light against the looming shadow of the Timekeeper.
I don't care about Borderlands
The Vault
lore.
Hunter had killed his loyal commander, and worse still, fanned the crimson flames of resistance across Kairos. And so, he watched and made his plans.
Nice, complete mission, rush the gate. I got an achievement. It's dinner time soon, kitty. You want dinner? Hey, kitty, you want dinner? I think I'm gonna feed you. Yeah, I'm gonna feed you, kitty. Hey, kitty, you want dinner? Hey, kitty, you want dinner? No, you don't. Oh, okay. You don't. All right. Yeah, you want dinner? Did you change your mind? Okay. Let's feed you dinner. Yeah, dinner time for sissy time. Is it dinner time for sissy time? I think it is. I think it's dinner time for sissy time. Dinner time for sissy time. Okay, kitty. Let's do it. Give this kitty some. Yeah, we'll feed this kitty. get you dinner. All right, here it comes. You ready? Okay, Mark. Yeah, you ready? Okay, here you go, kitty. Okay, sorry about that. Had to feed my cat. Now, what else do I do? Oh, look at all that. Goddamn. There's a 246 DPS sniper rifle. Pistol with 312 DPS. Switch it out. Oh yeah, that's the airstrike sniper rifle, or the assault rifle, but I don't really like that thing.
He seems inappropriately nonchalant about this. He's basically quitting his grad program. Says he doesn't really like the program anyway, and he doesn't plan on retaking the test. Thinks he will quit the program and look for a job. Knowing his history of anger and homicidal ideation towards seemingly most of the human race, we proceed to assess the level of dangerousness. He does not appear depressed or showing that he would like to self-exit. However, he continues to make hostile comments to both me and my other doctor and seems more paranoid than on previous visits. After about 20 minutes, patient said he had to leave to go talk to his grad school advisor, got up and left without thanks, goodbye, or any other parting remarks as per his usual demeanor. Significant worries remained about the dangerousness of this student, particularly the potential for violence against others, given his long-standing fantasies of killing as many people as possible, his caginess in discussing any details regarding methods, targets, timing, his refusal to give us permission to contact anyone who could give us collateral information or speak on his behalf, unclear timeline of his mental health status and past history. Has he always been this odd and angry, or is this new? Suggesting a psychotic break, substance-related psychosis, or a medical illness, ? And what's crazy is the bottom of that note reads, does not currently meet criteria for a mental health hold. He is not gravely disabled and has no evidence of self-exit
This is how they are.
ideation. Long-standing homicide ideation, but denies any specific...
I would prefer if they were like this, if they kind of erred on the side of maybe you're saying. I don't fault them for being like that.
targets, and there's no current evidence that he's angry at the school or anyone else for his failure. No